Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Legislative Assembly of the State of Espírito Santo. We are today in the event LEGIS Tech, Modernization of Decentralized and Subnational Parliaments. Bússola Tech and the Assembly of the States has the honor of having and hosting the second edition of this event. This event is being honored by your presence here today. It started yesterday and is happening today. We'll finish and conclude today as well. Our objective is to deepen the dialogue about modernization of legislation in decentralized and subnational parliaments. We have here General Secretary, legislative consultants, leaders in technology, and decision makers. We will now begin with the panel. It's a discussion on the structuring of parliamentary data standards and recommendations for integration with artificial intelligence. For this panel, I would like to invite to the stage Luiz Quimaide, Executive Director of Bússola Tech. I also invite the head of digitalization at the Digital Parliament Unit of the Legislature of Baden-Württemberg, Germany, Alexander Stevanovic. I also invite to the stage the IT Director of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, Canada, Roberto Enbenhart. I invite the CIO of Agape Consultoria, Juliano Bringer. And we invite to the stage the CEO of Essential Legislative Technologies, Grant Vergantini. And we now invite the Manager of Information Technology and Digital Services at the Provincial Parliament of Western Cape in South Africa, Kobe Stricker. With all present authorities at their seats, I give the floor to Luiz Quimaide.
Colleagues, bom dia, buenos dias, bonjour, guten Morgen. To our dear friends, it's a pleasure to be moderating this panel with you today. What a important, I think we're getting a feedback. It's a pleasure to have you here today in our trying. Trying to start again now. It's a pleasure to have all of you here today in our panel discussion about structuring parliamentary data. I think it's a natural continuation from the discussions we had yesterday about how to digitize the legislative process, the fundamental issues that we need to be mindful on this digitalization of legislative procedures. Also in the afternoon, we had also a discussion on the long-term planning. And before we actually go into the discussion of the implementation of artificial intelligence in parliaments, we need to discuss, the basics, the parliamentary data. What kind of data are we using in our parliaments to feed AI models? What are the standards? How are these standards compatible or incompatible with artificial intelligence technologies. And it's my pleasure to have here such a prestigious and expert panel with Alexander Savanovic, with Kobe Skriker, with Grant Fregatini, with Juliano Bringer, and with our dear friend Roberto Eberhardt. So I have prepared a few questions for all of you to hear your thoughts and your considerations on this topic. And I'd like to start with you, Roberto, if you let me. We touched on this discussion yesterday that many legislatures already consider themselves digitally transformed because legislative information is available online. But from the perspective of parliamentary data, there's a major difference between information that is digitally accessible and information that is semantically structured and machine readable. So my question to you, Roberto, in your view, what are the most critical transformation these legislatures still need to make in how they structure parliamentary data so that AI systems can operate reliably? If you can answer it between 3 and 4 minutes, please.
Absolutely. Okay, well, good morning and thanks. The issue of structured data and structured data is something that it's been hunting us for a number of years, right? I'm not sure if there's an answer or a path. Clearly, structured data gives you something that AI doesn't, which is repeatability and accuracy. However, not all the data can be structured. In our case, a few years ago, we kicked off an effort to structure a lot of, fundamental data that then serve to other systems. And we are starting to see now the benefits of integrating that data with AI, being able to provide context and through RAG agents and other means of bringing that information together, it helps define the context of AI. So I guess in short, the structured data is critical. Some other data, like for example answers or videos, clearly remained a challenge, but it is through having structured data that allows us to integrate this other type of data that perhaps AI can manage better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for your thoughts on this. Grant, would you like to share your thoughts on the same topic?
All right, thanks, Luis. I thought I'd start by just telling a quick story. California was one of the very first state jurisdictions anywhere in the world to create a legislative portal, but back in 1994. They were very proud of it, but it was also very simple. They were simply extracting information out of a mainframe and presenting it as plain text files, not even HTML files. It was groundbreaking at the time, but very, very simple. With time, it became very dated, and they decided it was time to modernize and come up with a new system. And so the system they came up with was quite sophisticated. It was very pretty. It had lots of forms, queries, search engines. All the information was now presented instead of just looking like typewriter font. It was actually presented as PDFs. And it just looked that much more modern. But I noticed something. And what I noticed is they had both systems running in parallel for a number of years. And I noticed that all the search results were going to the old system and nothing was going to the new system. And that's because the way they had designed it, it was the consumer in their mind had been the user and not the search engine. So all the technologies were designed to look good to the user, and no consideration was given to how search engines would find the information. So what ended up happening was all the searches were going to the wrong place. I saw that as an opportunity as an entrepreneur. So I created my own website, feeding the information from the old site. It was just data, pure data. Yesterday I talked about data information. I took the data and I turned it into information, I turned it into XML, and I published that to the world. And then I used search engine optimization techniques so that if people looked up California law, they didn't find the official law, they found my rendition of the law. Now my motivation was there was a banner at the top and it said, brought to you by Essential. It was my way of advertising. But it showed what I could do as an outside agent to hijack the information. Because the users, the jurisdiction itself weren't considering the modern need. And now we have AI tools, we need to think about this once again. How do AI tools consume information, and are we presenting it to the world in that form such that they will use it, or will someone else do that? If you don't do it, someone else will take that information and take advantage of it. And they might use it for malicious purposes. They may be using it to present misinformation rather than real information. That's the biggest concern that I have, is are the jurisdictions looking at the modern need, not just considering the need of the end user, but also the need of modern AI tools.
Thank you very much, Grant, for your thoughts. Kobe, would you like to share your remarks on this topic as well?
Yes, thank you. I've thought about this, and when I saw the question initially, I really had to think deeply about this, but I had to think about where are we currently? You know, I mean, if you tried to do this 2 years ago, maybe a bit more difficult, but me working closely with our records management team within the WCPP, I've learned about information architecture of systems. So for smaller organizations like the WCPP, the first thing was we invested in the electronic document and records management system. With that, you get the proper information architecture that will allow you to expose your data to a RAG API. Okay, so it's about information architecture, it's about taxonomy, and maybe I'm going to use a word now that some people may not know about, but there's a concept in records management called a thesaurus, and now it's not the old thesaurus that we maybe recall from Word but let's say you're in people management and you upload a performance agreement and someone types, this is an HR document in the metadata, so we know also part of this of trying to integrate AI, you need metadata. That's part of the structure that you need. But if you take, and someone types in the department column HR, another person may type in human resources, and another person may type in people management. So how do you ensure that that is just captured as one term, people management? So that's what your thesaurus and your managed metadata does for you. You can target multiple terms, and whatever, if you type in HR, it will change it to human resources. If you type in people management, it may change it to human resources. So it's standardized on the metadata. So information architecture and the concept of the thesaurus, the concept of tags in documents are very important. So for me, and then the other part, that's the taxonomy part. The other part is the sensitivity part. You need to make sure that your data is labeled correctly. And that's part of data governance. So records management is a data governance issue. Labeling of data is a governance issue, so that you comply with your data protection laws. You need to establish the correct APIs over that so that you can take advantage of RAG, and you need the proper governance tool. And then that's the tech part. So I still maintain it's more than tech, it's people, process, and technology. So it's about data stewards, and what we did as a small organization is that we defined two roles in every section, in every department. We defined a technical lead and a functional lead. Now, the business now cannot run away because they have a responsibility now as a functional lead. You as the manager of that section becomes by default the functional lead. Who you delegate responsibilities down to is up to you. But that steward will ensure that that information is then captured against a correct taxonomy, and that semantic context is correct. And then to obviously maintain the processes and to assure it's enforced and audited and checked, because you're going to find yourself in the same position. So if this is not governed correctly, you will be back square one. Thank you.
Thank you, Kobe, for your considerations. Juliano, would you like to share your thoughts on this question as well?
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Most legislative assemblies have already gone through a first digital transformation. They've taken their laws and projects and transformed it into public in that very traditional format that we know, HTML, PDF. But I want to give you a concrete example connected to the situation. When a Brazilian Googles a law, the question is simple. How does, for example, free bus riding rights work for elderly people? In a search engine, he's not going to find anything, because in a search engine, it's going to be gratuity for people over 65. The words are completely different. The meaning is the same. And this is what this person, the citizen, is trying to find out. This is the gap that AI will resolve, but only if data is ready for this situation. I found 3 important information. One is structure. Laws often come to us in HTML blocks or PDF, in bold with paragraphs, no legal semantics that AI needs to do its job. So we have the process of conversion, formatting, so that the machine is able to understand that the second paragraph is part of the article, which is part of the chapter, because if not, we don't understand the text in an intelligent way. The organization without this hierarchical layer is unavoidable. Secondly, these relationships that I mentioned, laws cannot exist in an isolated environment. A 2005 law that takes over a 2008 law that changes and alters a law from 2002. This is all connected. If AI doesn't understand this, it will simply say that this law was revoked, but it's still in function. So we would have error happening here. We would inform people bad information. The third essential transformation that is needed is the interoperability. When you try to connect systems, AI systems, to legislative data, you have all of these encodes that are inconsistent in the formatting, use of bolds, paragraphs, that will behave in a way in one area and will behave differently in other areas. And each parliament will publish their data in their own ways, in their own conventions and formats. There's no interoperability. There's no standard, which is what would be ideal. What this means is that each integration is a project that starts from zero. At each place you go to, you have to create the whole structure and make it available. In my perspective, the most important thing is changing the mentality, the usability. The assemblies need to evaluate these publications so that they're not just for the human gaze, but also focusing on machines. And this means standardizing and having XML in Brazil, a Comodoso, having norms, structure, not just as text, and APIs that will be ready to consume in large scale. The assemblies that do this will not only digitalize, but they will be ready for AI.
Your ideas on this topic as well?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, I will actually link my statement to the point Juliano just raised in terms of sensitivity. At least in my parliament, my job when it comes to data and data structure is actually to create attention for this topic. Because in our parliament we have like 200 members in the administration, but only roughly about 15 or 20 are technical guys. So they are totally aware of this issue. When they hear data, they think about API, they think about formats, XML, and so on. But the other 180, 185, some of them are lawyers. So when you say data, they think of GDPR, Data Protection, Data Governance Act, Digital Services Act, AI Act, and I could go on until lunch, naming different European legislative acts. And that's more or less the case with all of our stuff, because all of them have a different picture of the parliament. Like, if you ask our people who are responsible for the catering, they would tell you that the parliament is an event agency that happens to host political discussions. You know, and it's totally fair because they need to have this mindset in order to do their jobs. But then they tend to make small decisions which can affect our data structure or our data infrastructure. Because, for example, if they have a list of attendances and they say, well, it's easy, we just print it out, you know, then we already have a gap, you know. And I think with the upcoming evolution of AI agents, it's very, very important to really have deeply rooted structured data into every part of the parliament. So my take on that is that I'm trying to create a narrative that the parliament is actually much more a platform than anything else. Because all successful platforms, they know how important data is, and that actually the elaboration on data, so making sense out of data, is the thing that separates succeeding platforms from failing platforms. So this platform narrative would actually be like some kind of narrative that I try to push so that the people get their attention to this topic, even the non-technical guys.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for your thoughts on this. And let me bring my second question to you, Juliano. We discussed about this yesterday, about the different silos, about how sometimes there is lack of interoperability or cooperation within the same parliament, within the same legislature. So even when the legislature adopts a structured data standard, sometimes they remain fragmented across a number of systems, sometimes legacy systems from the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. So my question to you, which connects to your later panel in the day about also the legacy systems, what are the obstacles to creating an interoperable parliamentary database that can support AI integration?
Não é apenas o técnico, é de fato, como eu mencionei.
Well, it's not only the technical, it's the institutional, as I said before. There are many files that are stuck in PDF format, HTML, documents that have not been created thinking about this integration. And even when you have some structured data, many times you don't have the meta tags, the semantic standardization, the quality of information, and the official source governance, who is responsible for creating, validating. So I was talking to Sandra from Portugal, and I told her that we will reach a time that front-end systems for the users they may not be necessary anymore if we can achieve the moment in which the structured data are made available for the machines. We'll ask the machines directly and obtain answers. So we will work the standards XML, Acontoso, and some parliamentary ontology that will be necessary. And the challenge is to adopt them since their creation and not trying to correct and fix that later. So it's like putting out fires all the time.
On that?
Yeah, sure. I think that this fragmentation you mentioned in your question is something we will not get rid of it totally. It's just experience we can see also in the executive branch. There you had like even critical issues in terms of inner security, where, for example, the police had specific data, but in some silo, which could have prevented, I don't know, terrorist attacks or some crimes. But the data was not available to the right person at the right moment, or not in the right user interface so that a human can make sense out of the data. And what I have observed in the executive branch is that they changed their relationship to the private sector in terms of that they got closer and that both sides converged. So I think a popular, but maybe to some extent controversial example is Palantir, which actually faced this issue with the unstructured data and making a sense out of unstructured data. So I think that we, whether we like it or not, on the legislative branch, have to think about our relationship to the private sector. And I think the example we see here in this very parliament, the close cooperation with the private sector, is actually a good example of how it could work, that we converge. I think the concept of forward deployed engineers and who close the gap between off-the-shelf software solutions and customized software solutions. The concept of ontology, Juliano mentioned. I think that these are things, to be quite honest, at least our parliaments in Germany, we cannot pull it off. We don't simply have the access to enough talent and enough, also, how to say, not enough power, intellectual power to follow all new trends. So we have to rely on the external private part. And I think that there we have to need a mentality shift where we become a good customer for the private sector, which means a predictable one, where the negotiations don't take endlessly, where you get contracts which can provide the private sector some kind of security, despite elections, despite political changes in the parliament. And then this is a more realistic path than to just try to get everything done by yourself as a parliament and to hope for some perfect world in where every fragmentation just disappeared with some magic trick.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Grant, would you like to share your thoughts on this question as well?
All right. Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you. Thanks, Luis. I'm going to take a different tack on this question from the way it was asked. I'm going to suggest that having disparate legacy systems is a good thing. And that's because it's an essential thing. It's something you're always going to have. You can't strive to have one system that solves all problems at once, because the problem is that system will grow old and then it'll be impossible to replace because everything will be dependent on it. Instead, you need lots of separate independent systems that can evolve on their own in different ways. So what we need to look at is how do we take all those systems and put them together in a way that artificial intelligence systems can use it? And the way you would do that in the software world would be to create a facade. some interface where you're presenting that information to the AI system in a way that it can understand. Now, if you look at what we have today, our most sophisticated information model that we have that is ubiquitous is HTML. HTML gives you a way to say that something's a heading, to say that text, as Giuliano said, is bold, that it is italic, that it is underlined. You can create links, but that's not a whole lot of information to be able to share with the system. We need something richer, something more semantic. That's where a Komontozo comes in. But to be able to use that, the AI systems also need to be able to understand that. And that's not where we're at today. And how we're going to bridge that gap is a question I still have. I don't know how we're going to get AI systems to be able to understand the semantic richness that we have in the legislative field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant, for your thoughts. Roberto, would you like to share your take on this question as well?
Can you hear me? Yes. I think the answer to this problem is easier said than done. And in doing this, I think that I don't think it's about systems. It's about going back to the basics of data management. If you don't have an inventory of all the data, AI is going to have a challenge. We recently embarked ourselves in a just inventory, all the data that the different departments of the Assembly had. And not surprisingly, we find a great degree of duplication, same information used for different ways. So you need to understand that, you need to define that. You need some sort of a semantic layer where you define what the data means. And again, same data used for different meanings. And the final one is having a clear definition from an access/security. One of the things that, again, we're finding is that AI is finding information that we didn't know we had. And therefore, it's exposing those files that nobody knew existed, and all of a sudden, like, oh, okay, they shouldn't have access to that. So this is not new. I think AI is exposing some of those things, and it's saying, well, you're asking me this, and this data exists 3 different times or different. So not a simple question, not a simple solution, and more important, there's no magic. You gotta do the dirty work and go through and just make sure that you clean your data, you structure it, you define it, and you make sure that the right access structures are in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Kobe, would you like to share your thoughts on this question as well?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to share an issue recently when one of our systems, our library system, AMLIB, became defunct and legacy, okay? And we decided to still continue with it. While it is legacy, it doesn't mean you cannot use it, okay? It was just no longer supported by the vendor. And we had one challenge, and we could not integrate the system with email. Now, you may think that that is the simplest thing to do in today's time, okay, now to integrate the system with email. But due to security reasons and the protocols that the legacy system was using, the remote email system would not allow it to speak to it due to cybersecurity issues. Now, that's one of the challenges of legacy systems that you will only uncover when you try to interoperate and try to integrate, when you will deal with the security layer and it will block you out, no matter what you try. So the challenge would be you would need, we could create a workaround for that solution where you put something in the middle, okay, and you get something that can talk to the old layer and something that can talk to the new layer. But what I'm trying to say is that you will require skills to do that, time and capacity to do that. And that's one of the greatest challenges with these legacy systems. Or you could decide just to export all that data and not to operate that system, unless that is a very important system to operate through its user interface. But if you don't need the user interface, if you only need the data, then I suppose to simplify that challenge, you could export the data and then you could put a taxonomy on that data. But it's going to come with great effort and time to do so. So it's about time and effort and skills and hoping that by the time you're done, you still need the data. So there's no easy answer for that thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kobe, for your thoughts on this question. And allow me to bring my last question to you, Grant. And I gotta say, I'm saving this question for a while because it has been a topic of a few discussions. You created, alongside Professor Monica Palmirani, more than 20 years ago, the Accomantoso standard in the University of Bologna. And this is a standard that is designed to preserve the rich legislative context, including the structure, the hierarchy, and the temporal information. But generative AI systems, they also have the constraints related to the context window, to the token efficiency, even to how much energy we are spending, and to retrieval design. So my question to you is, how should the legislatures balance the richness of parliamentary data standards like Accomantoso, but on the other hand, with the need to provide AI systems with only the most relevant and usable context for, let's say, a specific task. So my question in very simple terms, how much of that richness of Accomantoso do we need to bring to these new AI, generative AI systems?
Thanks, Luis. I laughed when I saw the question. I knew it was targeted at me. I've been in the Accomantoso world now for 16 years. Before that, I was already designing legislative models. I've designed them for the last 24 years. I designed one for California. I designed one for Hong Kong. I designed one for the US federal government. And then I've, of course, worked with Accomantoso and its implementation in other places. And this is something we always have to balance, is what can we do, what should we do, what's too much, what's not enough. And it's always a balancing act. We have a very rich model in Accomantoso, and a lot of the use of that rich model is for use within the organization. It's not useful to the outside world. But we also don't publish that legislative information exactly that way. We sanitize it, we simplify it, and we only publish the information that is relevant or the information that is allowed to be made public, for instance. The person who's doing the drafter, oftentimes that is private information and may not be released for various reasons. It's the politician that owns that legislation, not the drafter. So we have to be very careful and cognizant of what it is that we are publishing. But at the same time, one of the challenges is how do we get AI systems to be able to understand the information that we're publishing? It's quite complex, it's very intricate, and the more complex and intricate we get it, the less likely it's ever going to be that an AI system will use it. So we have to find a way to perhaps even partner with AI companies to be able to use the information that we are able to produce and decide with them what is the right amount of information to be publishing and what's too much and what's not enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant. Kobe, would you like to share your thoughts on this question as well?
Yeah, I think, or at least for me, what it makes sense is to expose just the necessary data to certain use cases. So if you want to optimize or make your token calls more efficient, then don't send the call to a huge repository of unrelated data. So if you need to answer questions on legislation, where the chatbot is dedicated to answer questions on legislation, make sure that that use case only integrates with that small data set, and make sure that that data set is structured in a way that the AI can retrieve the information optimally and that it's properly indexed to be utilized. I think if you use that approach, it should make the call to the data set more efficient in terms of the AI requirement. Also only to have the current versions of documents there. And obviously where legislative data is concerned, the protocol that, or the standard that Grant is talking about, I think it's a Komo no Kotsu, sorry, I can't remember that, but yeah, I think that's very important for legislative data to make sure you have that standard embedded in there. If you are going to, we are at the end of the day a legislator, so you should have that incorporated, such a standard, if it is about efficiency and costs, etc., and energy consumption, then you should be responsible at the end of the day. This is a parliament, and it's about responsibility that we have to use energy sustainably as well. And yeah, that's my view of that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Kobe, for your thoughts. Juliano, I know you certainly have something to share on this. What are your thoughts?
When we have a NOR in a very plain format, we have two bad options. Or you send the whole text through an AI and then you overload the content box, or you slice it in many different tokens and break the judicial unit that you're structuring. An article in half loses its sense. So an item that is not connected to an article is completely unuseful. But if this law is in Acontoso or in XML as a Brazilian standard, this hierarchic structure tells you where to slice the article, and the article is a unit, the item is a unit, the chapter is a unit. The standard does not compete with AI. It makes it possible. So the legislature that structures well its data is not choosing between serving to human beings or serving to machines. It's building a foundation that serves both worlds, that will create a rich structure that will allow AI to be precise, accurate, efficient, and everybody expects within the parliament and outside the civil society is that this tool is reliable.
Would you like to share your thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you. I would actually like to link my statement to a thing Grant mentioned in the beginning, which was the need for cooperation with AI companies. And if you would have asked me the question of, especially of context, like a few months ago, I would be much more worried than I'm today, especially after the newest development from Anthropic and Claude's skills, which are like skills for agents, which have this concept of progressive loading, where the agent just at each step of his procedure loads as much data as needed for the specific step. And I think that's certainly not like the total solution, but I think it's going into the right direction. And I'm, as a non-technical guy, I'm really amazed of the good engineering and the deep thinking which goes into this issue. And I was actually wondering whether in the near future we will actually still access AI tools like directly, because I feel always a little bit stupid when I just go to a chatbot and ask something, and I know it's really an efficient way to do it. And I'm wondering whether there will be per default always some kind of agent layer between me and the actual model, which does all the orchestration and finds the most efficient way to deal with my request. So I think it will come from both sides. What Grant mentioned, that we will implement this format standards, or data structure standards, on the one side, and from the other side, from the AI companies, that they are getting better and better in terms of context efficiency. And then maybe one more point. Previously I was in the startup business, and there was always this complaint. It was not context, it was just money, funds. You never had enough funds. And an investor told me, you know, projects never failed because of lack of funds, but of lack of brain, you know. And I was thinking maybe it's the same with context, you know. As maybe it's a good thing in the beginning to be restricted, because then you have to think a little bit deeper about structure and architecture. I'm trying not to complain about the context window of my accounts, but to think maybe the mistake is actually in front of the computer. I asked in an inefficient way, or I'm approaching the problem in an inefficient way, and I have to learn much more about the limitations and then adapt my behavior to it. That would be my take.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Roberto, would you like the honor of closing today's discussion with your thoughts on this matter?
Sure, thank you. I'm not an expert on Commento, so I'm going to answer this question a little bit more generic. Clearly, I'm not saying anything new if I said that context for AI is everything. All it takes is like for you to just type something, you get an answer, you add a little bit of context to the same question, you get a completely different answer and whatnot. So I think that this is part of the evolution of AI, where now LLM models are complemented with RAG agents and other type of orchestrators that allows, I guess, perhaps starting to bridge structured data and unstructured data in order for AI to come up with results that are more meaningful. One example that that we did is we started a project to use AI to go through Hansard and answer a question, and Hansard is naturally a difficult document, and found that, okay, like somebody would ask a question, okay, what is the government doing about something? Well, what's the definition of government? The government this year versus a government a few years and whatnot. And we found that but we had that information on other systems type of thing, right? So we were able to provide that context and greatly increase the accuracy of the answers. So I think it's still work in progress, but certainly for AI that is basically a probabilistic type of system, the context that you can add clearly increases the chances of accuracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. You can keep the mic, because I will invite you to share a final message in, 30 seconds, 1 minute,
Sure.
for your closing considerations on today's panel.
No problem. I've been around technology longer than I'm willing to admit it, and the issue of data interoperability and management it's been always there. And there were many promises that different technologies and different systems will solve it, and it hasn't. Maybe AI is the exception. I'm doubtful. So I still believe that these are just tools to help you, but the basics remained that you have to know your data, you have to have the right infrastructure from every different angle and level, and allow these tools to do what they do well, but there's no magic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Alexander, would you like to share your final message as well on today's panel?
Yeah, happy to do so. Yeah, I will actually revert to our discussions yesterday. I think it was mentioned a few times that we should take advantage of crisis, and maybe that's one of the reasons why we aren't there where we would like to be in terms of data structure and availability, because there was no real crisis for that, right? It was always, at least in my country, framed as an issue of long-term and optimization. It was not a matter of life and death. But if I think if my take with thinking about the parliament as a platform is right, and we see what the platform economy has done to the legacy economy, where the platforms always beat legacy companies. I was wondering what would this mean for the parliaments and democracies if a parliament or a legislator in a non-democratic state gets this done first, and then they get the laws which are 10 times better than our laws, and they are able to steer their societies much more efficient than we are. And so I would say there is no crisis which we can just use, but maybe if we look a little bit more closer to it, there is one, and we have to raise attention to that this question of data structure is no more a question of optimization, but actually maybe much more a question of the potential success or failure of this great experiment of self-government, what we call democracy.
Thank you very much. This is a very well-placed phrase. I would ask you if you use AI about that, but I know you don't do it. So, Kobe, would you like to share your final thoughts?
More of a concern for me is that we know data is the lifeblood of AI. Everything is around the data. And the biggest risks currently are, the bias, and we also know that the other risk is the leaking of sensitive information, and that we need to avoid hallucination of the AI so that we should ground it properly and so that it doesn't hallucinate. But why I'm mentioning this actually is that there's a responsibility to clean up our data. I'm shocked sometimes when I do something in Copilot and it finds a document that I have forgotten about ages ago. Say, wow, where did you find this? And I can't even remember the content, and I am the author of that document, okay? So there's huge risk. And yesterday, Australia mentioned communities of practice. And we really need to start establishing communities of practice, which are the people that are close to their data sets, to start looking at their data sets. We must work with the workflow, with the knowledge management people and the records management people. They are the real data custodians of the institution. And it's not only the technical people, and they should start cleaning up these data sets, because heaven forbids what the AI will find. We can expose the data, we have all these nice APIs, but what will it find and what will it expose? So we must really take care of data governance, centralize it as a function, as a separate function, centralized. We must invest in the systems, proper systems, and train people effectively, and we must monitor and govern that system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Grant, would you like to share a final message on today's panel?
Sure, just a quick anecdote, bouncing off what Kobe just said. I was asked a few weeks ago to create a bio for myself, to be sent to our investors, and I was feeling lazy, so I asked the AI system to tell me who I was, and I was quite shocked who I am. It remembered a lot more about me than I could remember. Where it was getting that information, I don't know, but it was all true, but I'd forgotten that I had accomplished as many things as I had accomplished. Changing subjects a little bit. I've been doing these panels now for a number of years, and one of the things I've noticed is that every year I'm pretty much saying the same thing, And one of the inspirational moments I've just had at this conference is I'm realizing that it's time to stop talking about what we need to do, and I need to start finding a way to make it happen. So when I go back to California, I have experience in Ecomontoso, I've experience building legislative models, and one of the things I'm going to take back with me is that I now need to reach out to those AI companies and ask them how we can work together to make this happen. It's time to stop talking about it. It's time to start doing something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant. Juliano, you have the honors of closing our panel. What are your closing remarks?
Obrigada, Luis. Thank you, Luis, for the honor of closing the panel. And although everybody thinks technology is magic, it's not magic. It depends on ethics and also the bias of the user and the person who is building this. That for the citizen doesn't really know about the technology and all the tools and challenges that are being faced, because it's not just having structured data. It's not just AI which will resolve all issues. So other elements like consultancies of XML need to be put into use so that the searches are in the top 5 and not AI going there and doing it themselves and losing so much time. All this expectation is that people, at the end of the day, is the person who matters. We need to make sure that they get the answer they need in a trustworthy way.
To Alexander Savanovic, to Kobe Skriker, to Graham Vergottini, to Juliana Bringer, and to Roberto Eberhardt. It was an absolute pleasure to moderate you today, and I yield back the floor to our host. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Luiz. Nós vamos tirar uma foto agora?
Thank you so much, Luis. I guess now we're gonna take a picture. I can do that for you if you need. I would like to kindly ask the panel members to get ready for a picture. This will be an official picture. If you get closer to the table, it might be better, but I can do it on my phone as well. Get your hands.
Muito obrigado, Luiz, e a todos os componentes.
Thank you so much, Luis, and all panelists for sharing your ideas. This was all really interesting. We'll now have the presentation of the project Apoia, the Artificial Intelligence Suite of the Federal Senate of Brazil. So I invite to the table Danilo Aguiar, Secretary General of the Board of the Federal Senate of Brazil. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you once more. talking about our experiences in the Federal Senate on AI. Based on what was said yesterday and today, I'm not going to say anything that's new. I feel like all assemblies and parliaments are quite advanced in the tools they're using. But who knows, maybe some of the things we've been doing and the details might be useful for the people present here today who are working on making use of technology to improve parliaments and bringing in more transparency, social participation, and making it easier for people to use it, society and also parliament members. The Federal Senate adopted a normative strategy first. We noticed that AI was adopted really well by the users. We had great numbers and quick weeks of ChatGPT users, Copilot. So it was important to regulate how people were using this. People were already there. They were using it. So how could we qualify them? How could we make it responsible? So we published the act, which was a directive about how to use these tools, and it focused on qualification and training of people. It was important for public servants, for example, to know how to use this responsibly and for them to understand that this was a means towards the end, but not the end. And also how to be careful with the information that they have access to due to the position they're in. The other focus we had on was on strategic projects that would have more reach to society, and these projects are developed in a more central way with the support of the Federal Senate. The third way in which we worked was in a decentralized way of finding solutions. It's a sector that thinks of very specific solutions, but it's not wide enough to reach everything. But with the tools we have today and in training our interns and day-to-day tasks, we are able to find small solutions that will improve the efficiency of the department. It's all under this umbrella called Apoia, which is the AI support program in the Senate, and these are some of the solutions we have evolved. There are other projects within the General Directory that are under this umbrella, but I'm going to focus on the ones that I have familiarity with and that I work with in day to day on the table. I'm also going to show you some of the more simple solutions more related to AI being used in direct ways, and the ones that are the fruits of sophistication that come from the day-to-day using it.
The first is something that everybody knows. That's the capacity that AI has of transcribing audio, video, and many other ways. That is the speech to text. So the plenary sessions have their minutes, the stenographers write that down. But today, we make it a little more automatic. So the Federal Senate adopted this speech-to-text system in a very intensive way. So we don't have stenographer support anymore. We have like some writers that identify the senators that are speaking, and some people that are behind the curtains, they receive the audio in a purified way, the filtered, treated audio. And beyond that, there's a translation. It's very important that the tool is open to different technologies that exist today, because sometimes there's a technology that is better than the other, so it's important that the platform can choose between different technologies. And what we have that had a great result was a filtering. It's like a post-editing of the text. So the text is transcribed, gets there in a pure way, but AI makes many mistakes, like a proper name is not correctly transcribed, a technical term that is poorly transcribed. So you have some reviewers that will check the text and they will add to a glossary, to a vocabulary repository, the common mistakes, and with time, the deep learning eliminates those most common mistakes, and it improved the productivity. So each transcription that goes up to 80% of accuracy is useful, and we've been adjusting the quality, micro-tuning that. So this is really helpful, and this is a tool that had a great impact, a positive impact in the Federal Senate. And another very simple way to understand AI is the transcription in a simple language of the content of the projects. So Casagrande presented that yesterday, that the law summaries sometimes are very hard to understand, very complex. So AI translates that into a more simpler language. So it's important, everybody is worried about that. Besides a simple language, it's very important that the text is not biased. It's just a simple description of what it happens. And if there is a bias, like in favor of the project, it has to be made by the author of the project, not by the AI. So what AI says is just an explanation, and it takes the bias out of the secretary. So that's a good solution. So this is a simple way to use AI. That's the reason AI exists, basically. That is to transcribe and translate texts, and this is what we're doing here. Another thing that's like intermediate step is the classification of documents, categorization. So we classify the type of the project, public finances, anniversaries, health care projects. So this automatic classification facilitates in which the committees, the projects will be submitted to. We have 15 different committees with different competences. So AI can help us classify it, and it helps the server that will suggest to the President of the House, of the Senate, to where to submit the project. So AI reads a project, understands it, and will classify the project and label to which committees it should be submitted. Of course, the human server will decide, but it helps. Another thing that AI can help us is biometrics, and we are looking for authentication in a very diverse way. Today you have biometric reading, you have password input. When the biometrics is not that clear, there's senators that have blurred fingerprints, so you have different layers of validation and authentication. It can help with voting, remote voting, or by identifying the senator that is present in the session. And authentication is something that AI has been doing for a very long time. It's very simple. So it recognizes facial recognition, just confirm. This is another intermediate step between the simple language and some analysis depth. The project that amends the budget law, and everybody knows that one of the biggest challenges of the Federal Senate is to approve the budget. There are many tables and attachments and annexes, so there are many it's not a simple legislative text. It goes beyond that. So every amendment needs to be understood by the senators that will decide if they are in favor or against that. And in the way we've been doing that, it's really hard to understand. It's very hard to understand that some amendment of some budget unit, like what was the old proposal and what is the replacement, and all the values that are being excluded. That amount of money is going to a different classification. So this AI system reads every attachment, understands if the money, the budget units are being destined to the correct department. So then it can assess if the action is being done in the correct line with this PLN. So this material is not for the outer user, not for the society, for the civil society. It's just for like internal use at Senate, only for the use of the senators. So we used to do that manually. It took hours to assess all the budget lines, and now it's been done in less than 15 minutes, and we can gain some efficiency. Of course, the human being is always supervising and checking and validating the quality of that information. But it was a big efficiency gain in the budget part of the Senate. But AI needs to read the law and what's the purpose of the amendments. And okay, we talked a lot about that yesterday. That is the necessity that AI has to understand the legislative texts. We understand that AI is very good with big amounts of text, but the text of law has some high hierarchic organization. So you have the federal constitution, you have the local legislation, and you have like ordinary laws and complementary laws. I'm only talking about the rule of law, but every organization and every text has an internal organization, chapters, articles, items, and some laws amend some other law or repeals some items of the other law. We have to understand the structure for providing AI with the correct indexation for you to understand that. And the Senate has been doing that. We call that parsing. That is breaking the law into devices for the automatic systems to understand. So we did that. We consolidated the legislation. So when you have a new act, a new law, it's important to know which law has been amended, is being amended, and to label what's been amended and what's not. And during the process, it's important to understand if that new amendment is like suppressing another article or just altering. It's very important to classify that, and it facilitates a lot for the AI to be able to understand the judicial legislative structure. So everybody talked about the necessity of doing that, and coincidentally we've been doing that, and now AI is profiting from that organization we already had. And now you have some tools that use that capacity in a more sophisticated way. We call that RAG, that understands and answers in a technical way questions that might arise during the debate. So like how to interpret a point of order, asks about what's the term, what's the deadline we have to present amendments during an ordinary law bill. What's my deadline? You can type that naturally and AI will answer. That would be very, very, very simple to find in the internal regiment, but some other questions are not that clear, and the system can give you an answer. So when you ask the question, it will search the structured legislation that is semantically structured to have this correlation between the words deadline, as Juliano said before. So if you're asking in a natural language, the AI will understand the more complex language used in legislation and do the correlation and then find the correct parts of law that talk about that. So it retrieves the parts of law that is connected. So I say, no, I don't want those older points of order. I just want the newer points of orders. So AI will organize that and tell me if the answer is positive or negative, and ask for analysis about the reasons that will allow me to answer in a positive way and reasons that will answer in a negative way, and then the president of the session will decide. But it relies on the pre-structuring of the legislation and the creation of this RAG process that works in two steps. First, it locates the text, and then it builds a prompt that allow AI to prepare a text based on the requirements of the prompt, like using the articles that were mentioned and answers in a positive or negative way, and then answer to a point of order in a very clear way. So all the precedents were excluded. I can add additional information, a precedent that was ordered by the Supreme Court or some other superior court of justice, and I can ask for a detailed answer, and there are like branches of possible answers that, and the system allows me to build a good answer. This is another tool that relies on the parsing of the legislation. That is the LEXCOMP, the text comparison tool. So you know that the text is presented and many opinions come and many amendments come, and it alters the text, amends the text that will be put to vote. So normally at the end of the process, the legislative process, the text is very different from the original one, the proposed one. So if you have a tool that maps and traces the different iterations of the text during the process, it's important for the legislators to understand in which point they agree or disagree and how to organize this information in a qualified way and inform society on how this process is being built. So we've been upgrading the system to have different columns, a little more columns, because today we have 3 with the original text, 1 column with the original text, another with the final text, and another column with the iterations. And we're trying to create more columns to show the different changes in the text. And this tool was coded by AI. So an IT expert coded that, but he told me, like, I did it on the weekend because I used AI to code that for me. So you have on the first column the original text. The final column is the amended text, and then the middle column is the comparison. So it looks for similar words, similar lines. On a second step, you can look for similar meanings, because sometimes the wording changes a lot, but the meaning is the same. Maybe the second text is just paraphrasing the first one. So it matches word by word, because it normally solves 80% of the comparison. And the second step is the meaning. Sometimes you change the wording, public transportation to train or bus. So this correlation is possible when the AI can understand in a deeper way the meaning of the words. Then it generates a Word document, and it used to be done manually, but now it's automatic. It's a very thorough process, and it facilitated a lot. So thank you, and I am at your disposal if you have any further questions, but those are my 2 cents. Thank you so much. Thank you, Danilo. And at this moment, we'll have the presentation about the impact of disinformation in subnational parliaments, the use of synthetic media. We invite the head of parliamentary section of the Organization of American States, Moisés Benamor.
Buen dia. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for the Espíritu Santo's Legislative Assembly to invite other organizations, North American State, to share some thoughts, some ideas regarding more than this information. I want to share with you some thoughts, some reflection, more around the political and how we can deal the technology, the innovation, the modernization from the human side, the political side, the parliamentarian view. So they have the
One minute, please.
Sure. Well, the presentation, we want to begin to share with you some numbers, some data regarding trust and affection from the citizens to our parliamentarian institutions. In that sense, we want to precise that according to the OECD surveys on the determinant of trust of public institutions in Latin America and the Caribbean in 2025, more or less the 1/4 part of the people in the region expressed moderate trust in the national government, while the 27% expressed moderate trust in the legislative branch. For another hand, the Latino Barometer was a report that made about resilient democracy, present an overview showing the support of democracy as a system of government reached only the 52%. It's real that increased a little bit from the 48 in 2023, but they remain ahead from the 63 recorded in 2010. So we need to rebuild that trust, the respect for the democratic institution as a parliament. Confident in the legislative branch, average is only the 24% in the region, making it one at least credible democratic institution. Regarding modernization and technological innovation, 68% of the world's parliament had digital strategy in 2024, and 73% of them were developing formal modernization programs. Based on that observation, it seems that conditioning innovation or modernization of citizen trust can be a trap to perpetuate the status quo. And that is because the appropriate approach is to recognize that incorporating new technology into legislative process should be the cause and not the consequence. As a result, from the Organization of American States, we accompany various processes of innovation and parliamentary modernization. And in that in each of that processes, we observe that the relationship between parliamentary modernization and citizen trust is bidirectional and asymmetric. And that is only because only in the case when the rigorous, sustainable, long-term legislative modernization processes achieve greater legitimacy in parliamentarian actions. Another aspect that we want to consider that in this point is the digital maturity of countries. The IDB, the Inter-American, you can see here the OECD trust in parliament, and you can see the Brazil, for example, have a 30%, Canada and Denmark 47%, Norway and Finland 54%, and you have Chile or Colombia, Costa Rica with a low number in this kind of trust. You can see, for example, here of the Latino Barometer report, how the trust in data is 52% in 2024, and for Congress, it's only the 24% of trust in this kind of organization. 68% of the parliament have a digital strategy, and 73% has a modernization program. In this case, low citizen participation could be the weakest point in the case, the result about this event. So, are we talking about this is a good information as well. The MIT, the university, the technology, they say that only the 5% of the AI implementation generate tangible impact in productivity. And because there are disorganizing data, weak integration, and excessive investment in commercial or pilot projects related to automatization, the back end. The back end is when you can select more in the technology platform and focus in that kind of the gap about they show to the people and they made their own technology. So the IDB as well, the Inter-American Development Bank, have a report they presented last year about the low-income countries fall into the lowest digital maturity category. That would mean that the investment in the digitalization, technology, modernization is low, and the consequences is you have a very quick citizenship digital exercise. Another thing is in LEGIS conference, the OAS is working very close with Bússola Tech, with University of Australia or Argentina, and another kind of organization to bring all the experience around the world and present to the inter-American systems what is the best practices and the lessons learned in the case in modernization and innovation practices or projects that are implemented. In that case, if, for example, we have the best scenario in Estonia, because it's a country that started on the innovation process in the 1970s, and they growing and growing and growing to way to present a very digital democracy exercise in the country. For example, in Latin America, we have these two countries, Brazil and Chile. Brazil is one of the top of the region in the Inter-American systems in innovation, technology, and the long-term planning about modernization. One of the most relevant aspects in the case of the e-Parliament report for the IPU is the vicious cycles of the underinvestment in technology in many, many countries. Another case that we want to share is, for example, Uruguay with South Korea. We have Uruguay, they have the highest approval in the country about confidence, about respect, trust, and they are pending the modernization. On the other hand, you have South Korea, they have a high level of modernization and they have weak public trust. So you can see with this kind of example that the modernization and trust could be together or no. But one depends on another in many, many cases. What is the lesson learned that we get from that kind of exercise? To consolidate public trust while creating conditions of legitimacy for advancing AI integration does not guarantee the result about trust. The AI integration in Parliament with recognizing institutional track records, grounded transparency, respect for the reparation of power, and adherence to democratic norms, higher probability of success. And when the Parliament create like a pilot plan or very small exercise in innovation, incorporating new technology, of course they have a bad result. And you can add about political polarization, legislative obstruction, and lack of long-term planning. They result in that kind of untrust from for the citizen. Sustainable funding on long-term strategy planning is essential for AI infrastructure in Parliament. When Parliament adopts new technologies in the legislative services, the crucial question is not what the AI can do also with remaining responsibility for the use. In this context, the long-term investment strategy, planning, and stable budgeting framework are fundamental to accountability. This approach ensures ongoing maintenance, update, and monitoring, keeping roles and responsibilities clear over the time. By allocating consistent resources in Parliament, avoid institutional fragmentation, and maintain robust mechanisms for supervision and organizational of memory beyond electoral cycles. Regarding the relationship between AI modernization and trust, the question is not whether Parliament should use the AI, but how do they have the way to strengthening accountability without the winning public trust, without a multi-annual budget and a stable strategic planning, and any technological innovation will be done passing a pilot. Legislative work is shaped by procedural rules, political incentive, and public scrutiny. In multiple institutional dynamics, any AI tools taking note with the reality risk being underused, misused, and quietly abandoned. Collaboration among legislators, parliamentarian staff, advisors, and technology specialists is crucial. The effective use of AI on lawmaking requires a cross-functional working group in which technical experts understanding parliamentary procedures and political actors developing basic digital literacy. You can see here the vicious cycles in the parliamentarian underinvestment. The modernization requires diverse resources. Sustainable funding is essential for durable parliamentary infrastructure, and the concurrent Parliament will need to avoid the reliant and isolated pilot plan. If you see when the political willing is not strong, they don't put money in the long-term budgeting, they don't use a new technology, the infrastructure is weak, they have a limited technology and opacity in the process, and you have obsolete systems, and you don't have enough transparency in the citizenship. So this is very important, the cycle, to understand the importance to create a budgeting and long-term planning. Another topic that is important is to work together the dimension side with the political side, you know? When the parliament are working together with all the technicians and experts, they can create a very better tools for innovation and modernization. We don't want to wait that parliamentarians have an engineer or the engineer have to make political decisions, but it is important to combine all the talent and the knowledge to create all the process for incorporate the new technology. On another hand, we are working from the OAS and another organization and principles for the AI in the parliament. You can see here the 10 principles that we create to help parliamentarians and their team to promote more technology with democracy values and principles. And another document that you can find is the guidelines for AI in Parliament that they create for Westminster Foundation. And we're talking a little bit about this yesterday, but the most important in this document is to put a lot of attention in the key in ethics, respect, integrity, and the human side of dimensions in any case when we have to prioritize the transparency, reliability, and security along the regulation and monitoring the AI systems. In the key funding that we can get in the different cases that we observe at the OAS, our final remark is this. The import of the reconciliation of the political support with internal and administrative support for adoption of AI, recognizing the institutional transformation required both organizational culture and technical investment. Recognize that the consolidated citizen trust create conditions of legitimacy that advance the modernization process, although it does not guarantee them by itself. The incorporation of AI in parliaments with a recognized institutional trajectory grounded in transparency, respect for the separation of power, compliance with democratic rules, and more likely to be successful. The trust is key in factors such as perception of political polarization, legislation obstruction, and low citizen participation as well. That the consolidated citizen trust create the condition for legitimacy of advanced technological modernization without another skepticism faced by other parliaments that no enjoy the respect and affection of their citizens. Confidence in legislative branch can be significantly straining to initiatives to reinforce the conviction that institutions capable of balancing on intersectoral interests of the state and that basis in action and legislation or reliable evidence. Being aware that accountability from the parliament is crucial, as well as the ethical, fair, and timely legislative oversight is essential to increase trust among the public in general and among citizens in particular. When the parliament adopts AI as a reaction without data infrastructure or institutional culture, it risks undermining a parliament credibility. Limiting ourselves to plans and to pilot projects is also insufficient. As legislative modernization required long-term strategic plan, guarantee regular budget, multi-party agreement, and consensus building and active collaboration with academia, the private sector, and social organizations. Only on these conditions will it be possible to renew public affection and trust in the legislative branches. As a Latino Barometer of 2004 points select emphasize, Latin American democracy is resilient but also deeply vulnerable. Understanding its current is very important to understand the dynamic in decision to strengthen open government policies, transparencies, and accountability in the region. You see, the most important size for the Organization of American States is to put together the experience, the worldwide experience, but we want to increase the political willing and the support of all political parties, they have representation in the parliament to support the modernization and innovation in our parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Moises. And now we're going to have a presentation about the state of the legislative modernization in the United States of America. We invite the Director of Program of National Legislatures, William Clark.
Bom dia. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me. It's been great to learn from my colleagues, and I hope you all have been learning as well. My name is William Clark, and I work for the National Conference of State Legislatures. And today I'm going to be talking to you about some of the modernization trends across the 50 states of the US, as well as 5 US territories in DC. There's a lot to cover, so I'm going to be focusing on some areas where there's some general similarities across the states, some areas where there's some variation across the states, and then I'll be talking about accessibility, which is a huge issue in the United States right now, and then I'll be talking about legislative use of artificial intelligence. Before I do, just a bit about our organization. We are a bipartisan organization. We're not a nonprofit. We're not a state government. We're made up of all of the 50 states, and so our governing body is legislators and legislative staff, and we're supported by all 50 states and the 5 US territories. We provide many services to our states. We conduct policy research. We make connections between the states. We provide training, and we facilitate many meetings throughout the year. And we also represent state legislatures at the federal level. So we provide a connection between the 50 state governments and our federal government. We have a lot of conversations with both Congress and with congressional staff in the House and in the Senate. And we just celebrated our 50th anniversary as an organization. So we are 50 years old, and that was a very large milestone for us. And here's a map of our members. The entire United States, and they're all very different. And one of the key terms that we like to use when we talk about our members is that they are laboratories of democracy. And that's because every single one of these states is a different government. They're all independent. They're all incredibly different. They have different histories, different traditions, different constitutions, different laws, and different legal histories. And so because of that, you have lots of different approaches to the same problems, which leads to, in some instances, best practices, but in others, it's usually the practices that work well for those types of systems that have developed independently over time. So again, getting back to my agenda for today to give you a little bit of a roadmap of what I'll be talking about. I'm going to be talking about some legislative drafting systems, I'm going to be talking about cybersecurity, and I'm going to be talking about the different ways that legislatures have been trying to increase accessibility to state legislative proceedings. And then I'm going to end my presentation by talking about what we currently know about legislative use of AI in the US. But I also wanted to recognize there are other areas of modernization. Our organization also addresses these, but I will not be talking about them today. That includes legislative sessions, the work that legislative staff do to conduct business. I won't be talking about that. We also do a lot of work around legislative salary. That's a huge issue in the United States because there are some state legislatures where members get paid quite a bit. They're professionalized positions, but there are other legislatures where legislators do not get paid anything, where they get paid very, very little for the work that they do. And then, of course, the professional development of legislative staff. So I won't be talking about these, but they're very important in the United States. So we conduct a lot of survey work, and so with legislative drafting, this is an area where every single legislature has to conduct this activity, but they all do it in very different ways. So we've been surveying on this issue for a long time now, but we've done some surveys recently to talk about some more modern elements, and there's quite a bit of variation actually, was what we found. So one of the highest commonalities for modernizing legislative drafting processes is just to see, we asked them, does your bill drafting system use XML as a data standard? 70% of respondents said that they do. We also asked them if they plan to integrate AI into their drafting systems, and as of last year, only 21% said that they were planning to integrate AI into their drafting systems. So we know, and I'll talk about a bit about this later in the presentation, we know that some are starting to use AI unofficially for certain drafting processes, but legislatures generally are not looking to incorporate this yet. We also asked if they're using cloud-based drafting services, so not just off-prem, but from a vendor using the cloud, and only 8% said that they were doing that. However, there are a lot of legislatures that use or are planning to use web-based drafting tools. So I think legislatures are trying to maintain control of those systems, which maybe explains the difference between those last two bullets. Cybersecurity, however, is an area where there's a lot of similarities across legislatures. They're using a lot of the same tools, and I think that's because we all face the same risks right now in our modern environment. Number one being multi-factor authentication. There are some legislatures that do not require multi-factor authentication for access to their legislative environments. There are very few, but for the most part, they all use these tools. Frequency of password changes is also something that is becoming more important. It seems basic, but again, there are some legislatures that do not require password changes. It's a very simple cybersecurity principle. And again, I'm just mentioning these just to give you an idea that across 50 states, you're getting 50 different solutions to very similar problems, but there are some commonalities. Intrusion detection systems are very common across legislatures, usually provided by a vendor. However, we're starting to see behavioral analytics being implemented as well for security threats. So that's looking at the behavior of people who are logged in. So it might be an employee who is accessing information in a way that they shouldn't, but it also might be an external threat who has gained access. And so we're starting to see more systems that analyze the behavior of staff or members within a system. We've also been doing a lot of work on security trainings for staff and members to make them aware of best practices for ensuring the safety of their systems. Geo-blocking is something that was actually implemented pretty extensively across states, but they have since started to limit that because of VPNs and how you can mask your IP address. But this was a practice that was pretty common. And then, of course, virtual private networks. Almost all legislatures in the US now use these, but it's primarily for remote work for their staff and their employees. So again, those are kind of some contrasting areas, some areas where there are commonalities across the states, and then areas where there's a lot of differentiation. But one big concept I want to talk about, it's something that all legislatures have been trying to deal with, is increasing access to their processes. And so this is a furtherance of democracy. So there's kind of three main areas that legislatures have been trying to do this. One is access to information. I think we've been talking about that a lot in this conference as one of the most important, having the public have access to bills, proceedings, various other information, but also access to members. So how can the public actually directly engage with their representatives? And then something that a lot of states in the US have been conducting a lot of work on and investing a lot of money in over the last couple decades is the actual access to proceedings, so improving their physical infrastructure. Also, so kind of getting into accessibility of information, one of the biggest issues currently facing state governments, state legislatures in the United States, is compliance with web content accessibility guidelines. So there was a rule that was passed by our Department of Justice, so at the federal level, that requires all state governments of a certain size to comply with these guidelines. And so they've had some time to plan to integrate these into their processes. This deadline was last month, and many legislatures were not in compliance with these standards. It was something that caught a lot of them off guard. There were many that were complying, and I'll talk a little bit about what some of those guidelines look like in case you're not familiar. But it was looking like a bit of a temporary crisis, and so that rule actually got extended, so we have one more year, but this is top of the mind for many IT staff in legislatures as they work to comply with these standards. And so what these standards do, if you're not familiar, they increase accessibility to legislative activity. I'll get into some of the components again, but at a high level, they're meant to, especially for people who are visually impaired, they're meant to increase accessibility to proceedings by using readers. But in the US, one really important thing is that it will, by complying with these, you will be avoiding legal liability because there are strong protections for individuals with disabilities, and legislatures will now, if they are not in compliance with these standards, they will open themselves up to liability from people who are not able to access the legislative environment. One side effect, though, of complying with these standards is it makes this information a lot more easily engaged with by modern systems, including with artificial intelligence. And so you have an opportunity for restructuring data, which can be incredibly valuable, again, not letting a crisis go to waste. And again, just some examples, if you're not familiar with these standards, there are a long list of requirements in the guidelines. So it's things like text spacing, ensuring that if you have an image, that you have some sort of text that describes that information, and also making sure that you have certain buttons that are a certain size or they have sufficient spacing. And so there are hundreds of different little requirements in these standards. And so all state legislatures in a year will need to comply with those standards. So this is one of the biggest issues facing legislatures right now. I talked also about access to members. And so this is something that has been top of mind for members for quite a while. And there are many different options, but in our modern environment, because of electronic communication, legislatures and legislators specifically are starting to be bombarded by communications from many different parties. So you have your traditional constituents that are wanting to reach out to their representatives to talk about issues that they care about. You also have special interests that want to connect with their members. They're also getting information from various parties. And then you also have an incredible amount of spam that is now coming in, specifically generated by artificial intelligence. And so their email boxes are being bombarded by this information. So constituent relationship management systems serve a dual purpose. One, it helps filter out information for legislators so they know what is legitimate information that they need, but it also helps sort that information, and so it helps them with responding, especially to their constituents, which is incredibly important just for their public image, but also for ensuring democratic involvement. There are many tools that we've seen developed right now. We have many examples. There are some that are more off-the-shelf, commercial off-the-shelf options, but these are tools also that a lot of legislatures develop themselves. It used to be that they would use simple databases to collect outreach that they would get from constituents, but they're getting more and more sophisticated. But essentially, what you're doing is you're just organizing the contacts that you get, and then you're taking that information and making it more accessible later on and using it for analysis and evaluation. So ideally, you have a form that you would fill out, and then as we modernize, we get better ways of filling out these forms. But ultimately, you can do really cool things with this information. So hypothetically, if you had an issue that only impacted constituents in a certain area, for example, in that red area, you could look at the outreach that you've gotten as a representative to say, what have I heard from my members in this area that will be impacted? And that can help you to make decisions on behalf of your constituents. So just one way to use these tools. But these tools are starting to become more important, and it's an area of modernization that continues to grow in the legislatures in the US. And then the last area for just kind of general modernization that I wanted to talk about are Capitol building upgrades. So we have a lot of new construction. We have a lot of old buildings in the United States. And so a lot of money is being invested into building new buildings, doing building upgrades, creating ADA accessibility in the buildings and then access to those buildings. Also, hearing room expansion is really important. A lot of these older buildings have small rooms. You have people waiting in the halls, and it can be very difficult to have people come and talk on bills. And then also hearing room technology. And so this is something that I think that we've talked a bit about. All US states have broadcasted committee hearings, and that'll be important too as we talk about artificial intelligence in terms of getting transcripts. But these are all the ways that legislatures have been trying to increase physical accessibility. And I just wanted to show an example of what that looks like in practice. So Alabama is a state in the southern United States. This is the building on their left is their current state house, and I've been there, I've visited it. It is very dated, and it needed some improvement, and so this building on the right is what they're currently constructing right now. I've been there, and it's about 2/3 of the way completed. Very beautiful building, and it's gonna have a lot of nice modern amenities. But one instance is just, this is the current Senate in the Alabama legislature, and you can see those pillars. It was beautiful at its time, but if you can imagine either working as a staff or working as a member, trying to engage with the speaker or engage with the president or even just amongst yourselves, it is a very challenging space. And so they're looking at opening that up. Not too far. Opening that up to increase line of sight. And then another issue that they've had, and this is common across a lot of legislatures, is just again having these small rooms where it can be limiting the number of people that can engage in the process, and just improving that technology as well to make it open. And so this is a lot of states have been working on developing this infrastructure, similar to what you have here. You're making this more accessible environment to the public. All right, so that was kind of my general modernization. I wanted to talk a bit about what we know in terms of legislative use of AI in the United States. So we've been looking at this issue now for about 3 years, and a lot has happened, but in some ways not a lot has happened. And so there are really 3 main ways right now that state legislatures have been implementing artificial intelligence in their processes. One, and perhaps one of the most common, is embedded AI in existing applications. So for example, most state legislatures in the US use Microsoft Office. And so it's not much work to get Copilot licenses, it just costs money. So things like that. But existing applications that now have AI functionality, that's one of the most common ways that state legislatures have been adopting artificial intelligence. Also creation of custom GPTs. This is a newer development. Most legislatures have not been doing this. If they have, and I'll give an example, but for the most part, the most common one is just having chatbots, internal chatbots for accessing information, but there are also some public-facing chatbots as well. But by far, the most common usage of artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence in state legislatures is large language models by staff and by members. It's by far the most common usage. And we can talk about why here in a bit. But this is an example of embedded AI. So this is from the state of North Dakota. It's a pretty common looking platform. They record their proceedings in committees and on the floor. And this is an example of a committee hearing where You can see on the right, there are the people, and so, a nice new functionality is you can see, when someone spoke, you can click on that, it'll take you right to where they are in the video, and then you can also see on the bottom there that there's the transcript, so there's captions that are contributing to a transcript. So this is pretty standard, but the nice thing that they've done, so they work with a private vendor, but one nice thing they have now is this. It doesn't look that fancy, but it is incredibly powerful because of this. You have lots of ways of searching through their entire caption history and all of their transcripts for keywords, for people, and then within a date range. And then, so for example, I searched for nuclear, that was that last hearing. It'll take you to that hearing, and if you click on that text, it'll take you to exactly where that was in the video. So again, I know a lot of parliaments internationally have been working on this technology, but in the US, this is fairly new, and being able to go specifically to a certain part of a meeting is really great and innovative across many of the legislatures. An example of a pre-trained GPT is we have in Minnesota, they speak 4 different languages. There are 4 main languages that are spoken in Minnesota. One of them is Spanish, and so luckily, I think even just using Google Translate for Spanish, it's not perfect, but it's a high quality right now because there's so much information online between English and Spanish. But there are also a lot of Somali residents in Minnesota. That is a language that does not have a lot of translations between English and their language, and so in order to increase accessibility to proceedings, they have an on-demand translation service, and so there are people that have to individually translate documents from English into the Somali language. And so they've started to train a GPT to actually help with that process. And so even though it's not a transformative process, as they train it, as it learns, as it gets more accurate, it takes something that maybe would have taken a translator an hour, and now it takes 15 minutes. So it can save, over time, it can save an incredible amount of time. And this is just one application of a GPT just being used for language translation. And again, this isn't part of their system. It's something that they downloaded from ChatGPT and that they've been working on. So getting back to my original statement, I said, by far the greatest usage of general artificial intelligence by state legislatures is large language models. And how do we know that? We've been doing survey work. So we've done survey work for 3 years. We've asked people some very basic questions with some follow-up questions. And the general question is, are you currently using generative AI tools for legislative work? That's the main question we ask. We ask some other follow-up questions, but this has been one of the most important ones. And in 2024, only 20% of respondents said that they were currently using these tools. You contrast that with 2025, 44% said that they were using these tools, about double. And then right now we're currently in the middle of survey work. You see we've breached that 50% mark. And so when we ask people if they're using these tools, if they say yes, we ask what tools are they using, what are they using them for? And by far, the top responses are always ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Gemini, and now Cloud. And they're using these tools for a variety of work. So in some instances, in most instances, they're licenses that they own, that they have privately. So the legislature is not providing them with the license, they're getting it themselves, they're doing the work on their own. So this is largely unguided usage. So this is staff getting a paid version of ChatGPT and then using it for conducting some of their legislative work. There are exceptions because there are some states that are starting to provide their staff with enterprise licenses for Microsoft Copilot and other platforms, but a lot of this is driven by staff having their own licenses and doing work on their own. So I think it's more common than our survey would suggest, I think. But I mentioned also that we asked staff, what are they using these tools for? And so by far the number one is research. That term encompasses many different things, but really it's looking up reports. It might even be for legal research, but just doing that first search on a topic and trying to get information. And so that's a lot of what our organization, me and people in my organization use it for as well. I think we've all used it in that way. You ask it a question and it can give you some results. Editing communications is by far the second most commonly cited usage of these tools. So things like writing emails, writing a first draft. Summarization, though, I think has come to be one of the most common usage and one of the most useful, because as all of you, if you've used large language models, you can plug in very complex documents, long documents, and with the right context, it can be incredibly valuable for pulling out either main points or pointing you to places in a document with information you're trying to look for. So if you are trying to analyze a very large court case or 100 to 200 page research paper, instead of really needing to read it yourself, that first take can be done by a large language model, and that's how a lot of staff are using it. Transcription, of course, we talked a bit about that, but I think most legislatures have been using some form of AI for transcription for a long time, and now it's just getting better. But this is probably one of the most commonly accepted uses. I think it's not very controversial. Coding and programming, of course, many of you might have used this for coding and programming. This is a bit more controversial for the same reason why using generative AI for legal drafting is controversial, is that you want to make sure that your staff actually know how to code or know how to draft legally before you're using these programs to develop really important infrastructure for your organization. And then drafting documents and bills. Again, drafting documents is different than bills, but we are starting to see more and more legislatures warming up to the idea of using generative AI for some of the bill drafting process. It might be for simple resolutions. It might be for ensuring that things are codified correctly, but it's getting more and more accepted as a potential use, I think, as people get more comfortable with these tools. So because unstructured use of generative artificial intelligence is, as we know so far, the most common type of usage, guidance in the US is now incredibly important. Having a policy that tells staff what they can and can't do is incredibly important to protect the institution, but also to protect staff so that they don't do something that might get them in trouble. So along with our other survey work that we've conducted in 2024 and in 2025, we asked, does your office currently have an AI usage policy to help guide staff usage? 20% in 2024 said that they did. That number was the same in 2025. So if you remember, usage doubled between 2024 and 2025, but the number of offices that said they had a policy to guide staff usage stayed the same. But in 2026 so far, like I said, we're still surveying right now, that number jumped up to 46%. So it was a huge jump, and so we're seeing a lot more awareness now, I think, by directors of legislative agencies that this is really important because they're starting to see for themselves that staff are using these tools. It's very important to tell them kind of what they should allow. So we are now aware of at least 28 state legislatures that have a policy, but kind of like the diffuse use of AI by staff, most of these policies are for individual offices. They're not legislature-wide. So really, it's a director of a state legislative agency. They understand that their staff are using these tools, and then they create a policy for their staff, but it doesn't apply to the rest of the legislature. But there are at least 11 legislatures that do have a legislature-wide policy, and this is increasing, and we're starting to work with more states on this. There's some really common components, as you can imagine, but there are really kind of three types of policies. So there are policies that prohibit the use of AI tools. And there are still legislatures that do this. They had this policy and then they wanted time to analyze whether or not they still wanted to prohibit this, and they decided to continue prohibiting use. So there are multiple legislatures in the US or agencies that still do not allow their staff to use these tools for their work. Probably the most common policy is just 1 or 2 paragraphs in a staff manual that says, if you're going to use these tools, be careful. And just highlighting some of those risks of the tools, that's probably the most common. And I think this is more of a stopgap. And as we're starting to see more comprehensive policies being developed, and of those comprehensive policies, you have a lot of common elements. So prohibiting the use of confidential information in these tools, setting an allowable list of tools. So that might be saying you can only use an enterprise version of Microsoft Copilot, or you can only use it to do this. So for example, for drafters, you can't use it to actually draft a bill, but you can use it to summarize it, things like that. A lot of states now are having a requirement where you need to get consent from your manager before you can use it, or consent from your department or your IT department potentially. And now we're seeing more and more training required, which prior to this, I think a lot of legislatures were still trying to figure out whether or not to use it. Now we're entering a stage of higher development where now we're actually providing training for staff and how to use these effectively. So I think this is a really transformative moment where instead of saying, should we use these tools, they're saying, okay, we accept that you're probably going to use these tools. Here's how to use them the best way for our work. And then more and more, there are some legislatures that want a disclaimer on AI-generated materials. However, there is some debate around this because the idea is that you can treat large language models like an intern, perhaps. If you use an intern for legislative work, you wouldn't say, intern was used for this work, because you're ultimately responsible for that work product. So there are some instances maybe where it's really important to have a disclaimer, but this is a debated topic right now in state legislatures. So that concludes my spoken remarks. We have some resources where you can see some of the information that I talked about today. Again, it was a pleasure to be here with you all, and I thank you for your attention.
E neste momento,
Now, to discuss the current state of modernization in the legislative assemblies in Argentina, I invite to the stage Juan de Dios Circunengue. He is the director of the Parliamentary School of Austro University, Argentina.
Thank you again to the Legislative Assembly of Espiritu Santo and to Busalatech for this wonderful event. I'm learning a lot from my colleagues. I would like first to do a reflection, something very special for me. It is wonderful to be talking here in the plenary, and I think, of course, you have it was explained by your Secretary General, you have a wonderful infrastructure. I think it's very useful and very practical plenary. I just want to say this because I've been talking with Luis Kimate and another colleague, Fotis Fitsilis, and I don't want to forget to share with you this reflection. This that I have in my hand is a Vision Pro. It's from Apple. There are many of these, no? It's a new technology, you know, spatial computing that, of course, is not for playing games. It's a serious technology. And I use every day this technology. I do not use my computer like in front of me, but I am connected all the time. It's difficult for me, the iPhone or the laptop. So the more challenging issue is that it's a little uncomfortable because you look ridiculous with the people. But this will be a contact lens soon, okay? So it's experimental, but why I'm saying this? Because I think human beings, we have basically 3 dimensions. And one of them is, of course, the mental dimension. And I think that artificial intelligence is very connected and related with that, the reasoning capacity and etc. And then we have the physical one, which is very important, very important. So just for you to know that at least for 2 things, there are many, but for example, how to try to get good dialogue between MPs, parliamentary dialogue, the consensus building, and so on. I think for you to understand that with a technology like this, you have the possibility physically to have, for example, in this space, it depends the physical space where you are, plenty of screens and not physical but virtual, and being sharing all kind of information. So it's really very powerful, and I think we should try that. But the second one is even more important, which is to have the possibility to share debates, information and all kind of experiences with people abroad, not physically with us. And I think that's the most powerful utility of this technology. It looks like it's something simple, but believe me, once you try it, you will see how powerful it is. I think one of the opportunities that we have here, like in this event, is to share knowledge. And imagine with AI, what we have is, and soon it will be incredible, there will be no barriers to language, We will, nowadays, even with artificial intelligence, I'm not talking about the main languages in the world. I'm talking about hundreds of languages. It doesn't matter. Even ancient languages that we don't use anymore will be no more a barrier for human beings. So it's incredible. So that and the necessity on these global challenges like AI, that we are sharing knowledge, and it's a very powerful tool to be. We don't need to travel. It's very nice to travel, but we can be really connected with the whole world, and particularly in these kind of issues, we can be all the time helping each other to see how to improve our parliaments. So I think it's important. And the last thing, what, with this you have a double perspective. You have the physical one and you have the digital one at the same time. So it's like if I'm wearing this, I am looking at you and I have at the same time both dimensions together. Okay, what I see in the digital world, it is of course digital, but when I see the reality, it is also digital. For you to understand how advanced it is, this technology, everything is reproduced exactly as it is. No, it's very dangerous, of course, because probably if there is an intervention, you are watching something that it's not real, because it's exactly what I see in the physically. It's not physical. It's a reproduction of artificial intelligence. Well, just I wanted to say that because I think we should do an experiment and start working with this, not just inside our parliaments, but even with MPs, for example, for debating and many other things, for committee meetings, and also I think we should do this with our colleagues from all over the world. Okay, my institution is basically a study center, an international study center, research, and we do also foresight. This is basically the leadership, and I want to show it because we have to Ornella, who is in charge of subnational parliaments. She is also the international director of the legislature of the city of Buenos Aires. And then we have the classic issues in parliamentary matters, which is parliamentary law. That's very common. It's like a commodity, but we also work a lot with old but very special issues like parliamentary diplomacy or external action of parliament, parliamentary cooperation. It's something very old, but the truth is we don't know very much about that. We have created programs that are unique because we don't have that offer in the academic community worldwide. For example, we have a 120 hours course which is specifically about parliamentary diplomacy. Of course, we need for that necessarily professors from all over the world and students from all over the world. No? And the other one is the Dean of the School of Government. So basically, I just want to let you know, we started with basically a network of experts on AI that was created by Fotis Fitsilis. I think that you know him very well. He's very well known. He's from Greece. But he created the Hellenic OCR team several years ago, and he invited me, as many of you, to be part of. And with him and with John Bonluck from the Zeppelin University of Germany, I know I understand that you know him also. They created basically an exercise for parliaments to let them know, and they worked like for a year trying to identify, they are continuing updating this, all AI applications for parliaments available, no? So they have like a library, you know, of apps, like the IPU and others with all the applications, the new applications, they're updating that. Then the idea is basically to do the job. They did it in the Hellenic Parliament first, and they did it with our help in Argentina with the lower chamber also in 2023 in July. It was the main exercise. Basically 2 dimensions. One is let them know to the people from different areas of the parliament, including of course, MPs, the leadership, and so on, and from all areas, and basically to show them, and in an exercise using one special software to identify from 0 to 10 the level of urgency and the level of importance of this technology. So it's a way to see if there is an agreement about what is more important and more urgent in terms of AI for Parliament. So basically, it doesn't matter the exercise for us, but yes, I want to let them know, let you know, I'm so sorry, that what happened, the Chamber of Deputies of Argentina created an artificial lab that was very, very active, was very important, and what happened when the government changed it, it was shut down, you know? So we were talking about long-term strategies and that, so imagine how important it is to work on the strategic plan and all that. So, so this is we have been trying, and I will show you now, we have been trying to do the same exercise with the state legislatures in Argentina. It's complex because there is one element which is key in all this, that in some way you need the leadership. It sounds like obvious, but we have in Argentina, for example, in my opinion, many cases, most of the cases of Argentina, of experiences related to the implementation of AI in parliaments are related to spontaneous, I can say, initiatives. People from the IT departments, you know, or even from other areas that want to improve artificial intelligence inside the parliament, but not the leadership. The leadership is not involved, or could be that they, you know, permit that. Or, so I'm just saying what is happening, no? So it's very important, the involvement of the leadership, like you have here with Marcelo Santos and your team. It's very important, it's key. But the truth is that even without the leadership, we have many cases of people inside the parliament pushing for implementing, promoting an AI agenda inside the parliament. So what happened later, you know the story about the guidelines for AI in Parliament. 3 colleagues, of course, Fotis and John, and also Franklin De Vries from Westminster Foundation for Democracy. They started this idea, very, very interesting, for 1 year and a half. Okay, they produced 40 guidelines, organizing 6 thematic chapters, you know this perfectly, with 22 expert colleagues from different parts of the world. And we were honored to be part of this team from Argentina, just 2 people from our region, from Latin America and the Caribbean. The other one was from Brazil. So it was launched, the guidelines in Groxton. I know that you know about Groxton. Groxton, they have this with the IPU workshop for MPs and scholars. It's a wonderful idea. We are doing this in the south now in Argentina. Every year we are doing the same workshop. It's international, but we inspired by this. This has like 30 years, or little more. Yes, 32 years, I think. It's going to be this year. I don't remember the number. But this was a launch of the guidelines. This is not the object of my... so this is important. So it was traduced by the initiative of the members of the team. those 22 people. So in Argentina, we decided to translate the guidelines into Spanish and to design a program to try to let them to distribute the guidelines and to help legislators at national level and state level and even city councils around Latin America and the Caribbean, Spanish language, as a way to promote to help parliaments or representative institutions to implement AI. I see that, of course, at the end, because of a question of funding, it was digital, and then we have printing, and we have somebody who is founding that. It's very important, and in every event, when we go to the provinces, we distribute also the guidelines. I know that, and this is thanks to the Senate of Brazil, that you have also the version in Portuguese. I think that's important. Okay, what we did, basically, what are we doing? We are trying to help the state legislatures to implement artificial intelligence in their, and to have it in the agenda, of course. So we started, first of all, with the Senate of Argentina. We have in Argentina, sorry about this, it's the reality. We understand that it's something in progress, but we have with the new government, which started in December 2023, and we have the speakers of both houses. One is elected by his peers or her peers in the case of the lower chamber, and the upper house, the Senate, is the vice president of the country. It is a presidential system like in the United States and or here in Brazil. So we are working with very close to the Senate of Argentina. In the Senate of Argentina, we have some champions, but the truth is that they are trying to do the best, but they don't have a strong support from the leadership. So the first place where we launched the guidelines was in the Senate of Argentina. That was in 2024. We are working with our universities, of course, trying to build a strategic plan, which is a draft yet. Of course, we sign agreements with Hellenic OCR team. We incorporate in our university to Fotis. He's now part of our leadership. He's a member of the, basically, director, deputy director for AI and new technologies. And related to Argentina, of course, we decided to start with Argentina. We have 23 states and the city of Buenos Aires, which is like DC, like the District of Columbia. So we, at the beginning, and this is very, very good, we were trying to convince to the leaders to do this, to present, to launch the guidelines for the use of AI in parliaments in their jurisdictions. And now we are receiving calls from basically all the jurisdictions to do it. I think it's a very good thing. So we started with Mendoza. For you to understand, this is very interesting because in the Senate, when we launched the guidelines, it was just with people related to international relations and, of course, IT and all the other areas, but without the leadership. When we go to the provinces or the states, we have the speakers directly involved. So this is a very good thing. That's a big difference with the federal level. So we started with Neuquén, and we continue with Mendoza, Neuquén, then Entre Rios, the city of Buenos Aires, Misiones, all with different realities, of course, with even different, but we already have thousands, not hundreds, of people that have participated directly, people from the parliaments, from the legislatures in the launch. That doesn't mean that that's going to necessarily impact in a way that the parliament is going to immediately adopt measures. But yes, it's generating impact. For example, for the creation of a special units for AI in parliaments. For our goal is basically to try to get, with our help, legislatures with strategic plans for AI in their parliaments, in their institutions, but basically that's not possible because that's a complex thing, and for some reason politics is still until now is not ready for doing it. So we are, at the end, and I will explain it at the end, the most easy and common interest is the one related to training, which is, of course, logical, and there is no complexity with that. There is no conflict of interest, I can say, or whatever. Because AI for parliaments is generating many things, and between them, some conflicts with the way, or with the exercise of power. We need to understand that internally, you know. So basically, well, it was, of course, we have here the support of Busolatech and many of the people, the experts, the colleagues that participated in the elaboration of the guidelines for the use of AI for Parliament. So it's a very generous thing. This is a community, very generous, I want to say that. And because, of course, we all do this openly, because what we have is the passion for how to improve Parliament, and of course, depending each one of us and our background with the juridical side or the technological side or the political side or whatever. So, this is really incredible, no? That's why we just need to optimize the value, the assets that this international community has. And it's a very small one, that is the truth, and very important for our societies. So basically it has changed a lot, but basically we have a debate about artificial intelligence in general, and then about, like here, something like this, but with the guidelines as the main object. But of course, about applications and sorry. All these are, of course, I'm not going to talk, but for example, in the case of Mendoza, we're also 1,000 people, so it's really incredible, the impact that is generating. This is not our main activity, but it's taking a lot of our time. This was, for example, you can see here an example, no? We have the leader of the Senate of Argentina. Well, Maria Barón is from a very, I think that she is a global civil society leader related to parliaments and Fotis, and of course Luis Quimet and people from Brazil, from different parts of the world. And basically, okay, this is interesting. This was the first city council experience. We stopped with this one because we want to give the preference to the state legislatures, but basically these are the new, they were the new, but they are currently the members of the city council. And of course, from two very polarized political forces, no? We have La Libertad Avanza, Javier Milei, probably you heard about him. So it's a new political party. And then the ones from the old Peronism, or whatever the name. So imagine they erase in the election to all the other political forces. So, and incredibly, with this theme, all were allowed, you know, to, they allow us to present that in and they were very enthusiastic, and of course, even in the city council, or probably more, it's complex because they understand that to introduce artificial intelligence depends how deep and in which areas could be very transformative, probably too much. Basically what we are doing now, we suspend in some way the idea to try to promote the building of strategic planning for parliaments, and because it's complex, so now we are focused basically in the training, and we decided to create a certified course, which is, in our opinion, the first one of this kind. So we select to most of your colleagues. I know that not yourself in this case, we would like to invite you to participate, but basically we did an alliance with the University of Luxembourg. They have basically a platform, they have a unit specifically for parliamentary studies, and so the idea was to try to get the participation also of particularly Europe, but through Europe with other regions of the world. So what we are doing, it's 30 hours. We already have countries from Africa, like Kenya, for example. We have students, professors from all over the world, from Canada, from the United States, from Europe, and students from Latin America and the Caribbean, from Africa, and it's very interesting. I want to show to some of the professors. If you see. From different parts of the world. We have also from Brazil, Jaulim. You know everybody for sure. So, and even Luis was teaching the other day, very good. And we have William Clark there, so I think that William is going to be part of that. I don't know him personally, but I want to talk to you later. And the last thing, because I'm sorry, because this is very practical, but I want to show you how you can even do a lot of things without the support of the government. You need to find the way, because this is not a governmental issue. It is, of course, but this is important for everybody. Okay, it's a full community. I finished. And now, related to this, they decided to create a special publication on parliamentary studies. There are plenty in the world, but in Latin America we don't have enough, in my opinion. And we will have the first number which is going to be dedicated to artificial intelligence. And for you to know, we have people from all over the world, but particularly the people from the legislatures that we are working with and where we did the launch of they are with papers. So we have practitioners and not just scholars. So just that. And one more thing, which is important for me, because this tool was created by the IPU, how you measure or how you evaluate your parliament, if it is democratic or not, because you can also define how democratic is your parliament, inside the way it functions, no? And we decided to do it because it's a tool that could be, it is basically dedicated to Parliament, to self-evaluation, but I don't see the interest in general, not just in Argentina, of the Parliament to self-evaluate themselves, except if they do it, but not openly. Could be, I don't know, but we don't have that information. We have been trying to get the information about that. We decided to do it by ourselves, so we are in this task, which is difficult, the truth, but I think it's important, and we should relate that with the introduction of artificial intelligence in Parliament. In my opinion, it's very important, because everything we have been talking here, but particularly because of the impact of AI in parliaments. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Juan. And due to the schedule time, we are ahead of our schedule. So we're going to advance a presentation that we would have in the afternoon. So at this moment, we will have a presentation about the case of modernization of legislative body in Germany. So I invite the responsible for the digitalization of the digital parliament in Baden, Germany, Alexander Savanovic.
So, hello everyone. First of all, I want to thank you, the hosts and also the sponsors of this event, for the kind invitation and the great honor and opportunity to talk to you. I'm sure that you all can't wait to see my slides. and to see another PowerPoint presentation carefully prepared. But unfortunately, although this is a tech conference, I managed to mess my presentation up. So due to technical reasons, you will not see my slides, which also forces me to tweak my talk a little bit, which means that I will not talk too much. I'm not able to show you things we're doing, but I thought about it might be interesting for you to see or to hear something about a framework I use called first principle thinking in order to find out what we actually should do as a parliament in terms of digitalization, having in mind that we have only limited time and resources and so on. So, but you will be provided with the slides after the conference. My name is Alexander Stevanovic. As mentioned, I'm the Chief Digitalization Officer of the Regional Parliament of Baden-Württemberg, which is in the southwest of Germany. And I started this position in September 25, so I'm kind of the rookie in the room. Before that, I was in the startup world, and yeah, I brought some like startup-like thinking to this new position. And before I start talking about this way of thinking in terms of first principle thinking, I would like to make a very personal remark and to share it with you. It has something to do with the discussions we had yesterday, and also with the international character of our conference here. As you see from my name, or you might know, Stevanovic is not really a German surname. This comes because my parents were guest workers from Yugoslavia who came to Germany in the 60s and 70s to work there, and I grown up in Germany then as a German citizen. For the younger in the audience, Yugoslavia was a state in the southeast of Europe. Many people lived there, composed of 6 nations. They shared a common language, common culture, common food, humor, and so on. And a great soccer team called the Brazilians of Europe because they preferred short passes and good dribblings. And even the national stadium was called Maracanã. And the state was not perfect, but it had its institutions and they worked until the 80s, late 80s. But then the state started actually to collapse due to economic crisis and due to the fact that the politicians were not able and the institutions were not able to deal with this economic crisis. They opted for raising nationalistic tensions between the ethnics. And all this erupted in the beginning of the 90s in a very bloody civil war in Yugoslavia, and so that this state doesn't exist anymore. And if this sounds familiar to you, like this economic crisis and polarization, then maybe you will also recall our yesterday's discussion, where we said, well, our subnational parliaments in particular are kind of reflections of those polarizations, because we talk about these polarizations in this parliament. And what gives me hope is the fact that in all this chaos and in all this bloodshed that happened in Yugoslavia, the state institutions that actually tried to prevent the war from happening were the subnational parliaments, in particular 2 of them, Bosnia and Macedonia. They were the places that provided at least the stage to talk about alternative solutions than war. So when we talk today about enhancing, and yesterday about enhancing our subnational parliaments with technology, we're serving really a good course, actually a big course, because we are producing an instrument which can not only improve society but also prevent bad things from happening. And against this background, I want to talk about this concept of first principle thinking and understanding what is maybe actually a current crisis for democracies where we could maybe help solve it with technology. So for that, I will provide you just with some basic figures about my state. As mentioned, it's called Baden-Württemberg. Don't try to spell it. The name regularly appears in German quiz shows as a question because it's very hard to remember how it's spelled correctly. So I will just refer to BW. BW has 11.5 million citizens, represented by 157 members of parliament. We are a very rich region in Germany, because due to our auto industry, also due to our chemistry industry, and this adds up to a GDP of 640 billion euro per year. So you could think that everything is going well and everything is going all right. But there's another figure which states that per woman we only have 1.39 children. So this, you can of course do sophisticated surveys about the current state of your country or current state of your democracy, but the low birth rate actually indicates for me, and I think for a lot of others, that people don't trust in the future of democracy, don't trust in the future of the place where they live. And that's why they're reluctant to have babies. And if you think about it, well, how could you measure it? How could you get an indication whether this conclusion is right, that they don't believe in a better future of democracy? You would only have to ask the politicians. You know, because as some kind of basic theme, you can see that, like, if you do maybe a little bit oversimplified, but only a little bit, assessment of how they judge their own work, you know, you would get a kind of, roughly said, leftist answer who says, well, the state would have to do more, like more regulation for more outcome. And the right would say, oh no, that's not a good idea, the state is not so good in doing that, so let's do less regulation with less outcome, and let the society deal with itself. So we have, on the one side, we have this option of doing more with more, and on the other side, we have the option of doing less with less. And somehow we're like bouncing between these two polars and getting more and more polarized. But actually, when you think, well, is there maybe a point or maybe a way to do more with less? Then you almost automatically get to the approach of technically trying to find a solution, because some kind of definition of technology is actually doing more with less. And in terms of parliamentary work, this means actually finding a way of closing the feedback loop between the legislator and the society. Because my guess, my take on that is that actually society accelerates in a much higher speed than it did in the past. And that is why our citizens have the impression that our politicians are not able to deal with the current exponential threats, because they have only linear means to answer to them. And so our job, I think, is at the parliaments to find ways to provide the politicians with technical means to answer to these exponential challenges with exponential solutions. And I will give you just a brief take on 3 levels I conduct with this way of thinking called first principle thinking, where you kind of ask very naive questions and then start from scratch thinking about these topics. The 3 levels I would like to talk about is strategy, and then the legislative side of the parliament and the administration side of the parliament. First, maybe with strategy. We've heard a lot about what to do, what is necessary to do. I would like to emphasize another side we haven't talked about so far, and this is actually what's not to do. Because at least in Germany or in my state, we are also doing a lot of things in terms of digitalization which are, let's put it politely, not very efficient, which will bring us nowhere, you know, but they cost money, they cost you nerves, and what is the most important part, they cost attention, consciousness. And this is the most limited resource we have, decision makers in particular. So finding a framework to say no, to stop even ongoing projects which consume too much attention and promise too little progress. This is one of the first things I think you should do, and actually that's a little bit weird that we don't talk about it enough, because it's actually, I think, the easier task to find, like, to put it in plain language, what is the BS project you are currently doing? You know, maybe you're familiar with this concept of BS jobs, you know, where people say, well, I don't really have a task. I'm just pretending to work. And I think there are some projects where we exactly do the same thing. And everybody actually knows it, but no one is willing to admit it. So one in my position who's like responsible for the strategy, I have to be, to some extent, the bad guy who says, well, if I come to the conclusion that we need to provide technical solutions to close the feedback loop for the politicians, and we are doing a digitalization project which brings us nowhere nearer to this goal, then I have to say that we have to stop and that we have to kill this project. So this is on the strategy level, which is maybe a quite straightforward thing, but in practice, every one of you who works in the administration knows that it's very hard to start a project, but then it can be also very hard to stop it. But I can only encourage the effort to do it, because it provides you time, it provides you with resources to focus on the more important things which promise leverage gain instead of just marginal gains. Then on the second level, I would like to talk about what we can actually do on the legislative side. Here I think is the biggest chance to really make a difference. Because if you look at the parliament and you compare it to other public authorities, like what is the difference? You know, we also have budgeting issues, we have an HR department, we have legal people there and so on. But what makes the difference to other public authorities is actually the legislative work. So there seems to be the leverage. There we can make a change. And then I thought one thing very striking to me when I started like working for the public administration is that the key feature of it is routines. To be in routines. Like if you get a new task, you have to define roles, you have to define norms, and then this together becomes a routine, and people love this routine. And this is a good thing. You know, you want to have an administration which is operating based on routines. But this, to some strange circumstances, also leads to that you're kind of reluctant to formulate ambitious goals. And this can be very, very limiting if you only aim for like a 10% increase in productivity. Because in the startup world, you make the experience that it is equally hard to improve 10% or to improve 110%. You know, if you start thinking of, okay, how can we do it really in an efficient way? What parts of the process can we kill? What parts of the process can be solved with technology? You know, it's a strange experience, but the higher you put your ambition, the bigger is the gain, and then you get a good input to output ratio in terms of how much effort do you put in. And so this was my experience, like going into teams composed of public servants and formulating an ambitious goal. And for us in the legislative side, ambitious goal would actually be some things were actually mentioned in this conference, like an ontology for the legislature. Here to have a real world, a representation of the real world in our data sets, which would open up opportunities to have a constant evaluation of the work of our legislators. But when you say that, there come a lot of contra-arguments which try, of course, to melt down the ambition goal. They will say that it is unrealistic and it's not worth it because it's too tough. And then I think, again, some of our task is to keep the spirits high and to formulate these ambitious goals. Because if we don't formulate it in the first place, we will end up at some lower point, although we had actually the potential to reach higher and better results. I think one example for that we can find again in the executive branch. I mentioned it this morning also in the panel discussion. If you look, for example, at the stock price of the Palantir Corporation, it was very low for a very long time because nobody believed them. You know, nobody believed them that you can actually make a business out of unstructured data in the executive branch. And then if you look at the stock price right now, then maybe you would regret that you haven't invested in it. But you also can make some conclusions out of it. You know, they had the advantage that they were outside of the administration. They were able to formulate a very ambitious goal, and then they had the stamina to stick to it. And a little bit also to converge with the public administration, with the concept of forward deployed engineers, and heavily relying on this concept of ontology. So my point here is, although I know that this company is very controversial in public discourse, that maybe we are looking for some kind of Palantir moment in the legislative point, and therefore it's very important to have this ability to formulate ambitious goals. On the third level, the level of administration, I would like to say that here I have a little bit of a different take compared to the legislative side. When it comes to the administration, what I have realized there is also a very strange thing compared to startups. When you work in a startup, you have this concept of extreme ownership, which means every task is owned by the guy or the girl who's responsible for it to an extreme extent, so that everything which could go wrong is allocated to this person. Just because of the size, you know, there's no other to blame. There's no procedure to blame. There's no excuse for failure. You know, it's just you. You know, you just fall back to your own abilities and capabilities, and maybe also shortcomings. And on the other side, you have the public administration. But things are a little bit different. Like ownership is diffused in the organization. We have all these organigrams and process descriptions and everything. But then when you ask a very simple question, if something is not going well and you ask them who screwed it up, it's very hard to get a name. And not in terms of only blaming, but also in terms of feeling the ownership for a project. This becomes a very big problem. Because without this ownership, you can get very bad results in the course of the project, but also different compositions of teams, which means that you start with a certain composition of your team at the beginning of the project, and then due to its duration, people who don't feel any ownership for the project, they have no problem with leaving the project. They send any person from their department who can replace them, but actually this replacement never works 100%. You have to some extent to start again and to repeat all the things you already have agreed on. And so a project can get very the feeling of bubble gum, where it becomes a never-ending story. And the mean to end this is actually this ownership concept. And so when we combine this with the technology or the AI application to the parliament, what does it mean? Because I think to some extent AI has inherent the risk of further diffusing ownership for your results. I think William mentioned it with this idea of disclaimers in legislative outcomes, that if you put the AI on it, then somehow the responsibility of the drafter actually starts to fade. So how can you change this? Our take on this is in terms of AI, that we want to enable our people to build not their own agents, but in particular their own skills for their agents. So maybe you're already familiar with this, that Anthropic, Claude, has this new innovation which is called Skills, which is a very low-hanging fruit where you can just in natural language describe processes and let the agent actually understand what you are doing with natural language. You have also the ability to include data like reference files or templates for your corporate identity or whatever. And so it's a very easy thing to do for a non-technical person. And then you get immediately become the author of a skill. You know, you provided the agent with a skill, and you are the author. You are the owner of the skill. And through this ownership of the skill, you also own the results. So this is something where we don't push, like we don't go into the departments and tell them, well, you have to make this skill and this skill and this skill, but we only provide them with the tools. And say, well, here are the tools. You know what are the procedures in your department. We can teach you maybe how to create skills, but even there you have Anthropic, who's actually building skill creators, so agents or skills which help you to build skills. So that there's not much effort needed actually from our side. But what is needed is like this hint to say, here are the tools, and if you're willing, you can just pick it up and build your own skill. And then the result is that the energy comes to you, like the energy comes to the project. So this is unrealistic to expect, like in a public administration, in our case of approximately 200 staff members, that everyone will start building skills. This is unrealistic. But it's not necessary. You know, you only need a few people. In a best case, you have one person at least per department who's willing to do so. And with the incredible leverage that agents provide, this brings you very far. So on the administration side, to conclude this approach of providing tools and the chance to get ownership of the tools you create with those tools, of the skills you create with those tools, this would be the approach I would like a copy from the startup world into the public administration. So this is like, some kind of framework. It might sound a little bit strange for now our public servants talking about this, but I think really that there's a lot of ways of thinking that are already quite common in the startup world, which can help us in the public sector to do things a little bit differently than we did previously, and to help us to adapt faster than we did in the past. And I would like to close my remarks again with some kind of personal statement. It's just because I'm a little bit like biased towards the USA, because I think it's really incredible story, incredible history of a country, and also for democracy in general. And currently in Germany, we are facing a phase of some kind of uncertainty of the relationships between Europe and US, and Germany and the US in particular. And so what I'm facing in my daily work is rising sentiment against the USA and against American technology. And I don't know, maybe it's a little bit of a German thing. What I also observed there is that people are very fast in judging what is currently going on with the new American administration. And this issue of tax sovereignty, data protection, and so on, that provides them a very good excuse to have more or less hidden anti-American sentiments. And I just wanted to make a case for the US, and that's why I'm also glad that we have representatives from the US here, that if you want democracy to succeed, you have to be pro-American per default, at least in my opinion. I think that all our countries are doing great efforts to help democracies to succeed, but I think the one thing we can agree on is that if democracy does not succeed in the US, it will fail globally. And then we will need a long time to get to this stage where we are currently. And I think that democracies, they will not just fade away overnight, but in small steps. They will be killed in small steps. And one of the steps is, I think, this like general demonization of American technology. I think that, of course, we are allowed to discuss it, we are allowed to raise our concerns and everything, but I think that we're gone a little bit too far in judging, and that we are not enough trying to understand what they are doing, and that by that we are shooting in our own legs, because I don't know what's in your experience, but in my experience, American technology is by far the most advanced in many fields, which does not mean that we should not try to do also solutions from our end, but my plaidoyer is just not demonize American technology, and just keep open-minded, stay in discussions, try to stay in touch with your American colleagues. And in each time you're here at a discussion at your place, some anti-American sentiment, which is not too rooted in some technical arguments, but just in some political judgments, try to be the counterpart who asks maybe a little bit contrarian question, whether we really tried to understand what they are doing, because otherwise I think we will lose important technological tools provided from the US, which we all will need in all the endeavors we're doing, and all the efforts to enhance our parliaments technologically. You see it only by my references. I mentioned Anthropic, I mentioned Palantir. I think it's not a coincidence that all these companies come from the US. So those are my closing remarks. I'm happy to answer your questions, also during the lunch break. And sorry once again because of my presentation, but I'm sure they will be provided after the conference to you. Thank you very much.
Antes da pausa para o almoço, ouviremos agora o diretor de Transparência.
Before the lunch break, we're going to hear from the Director of Innovation and Special Projects here at the State Assembly, Marcos Aquino. Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, we said that we would launch 4 platforms. And today, we'd like to show you very quickly, and to our members of staff here too, that we have the website of Alice, and the first one is Alice Play. It's the transcription platform, the video transcription. It's on the website, in our portal. So when you click the video, you see the video and the transcription. Please click, Fabiano. Click on the summary, Fabiano, please. Below the image, yes. It's important to emphasize that we've been doing this work here with the support of the transcription department. And the goal here is, as we said, since the beginning, all the effort of AI here needs human supervision. So this platform that we are launching today has this advantage of a review of the Department of Parliamentary Register. That's the formerly stenography department. So it contributed that the data is correct and faithful and accessible. So Danilo, we used you as a role model, the platform Senado Explica. So that's the reason it's so important to exchange information between houses of parliament. We got inspired by the Federal Senate, and we have 90% of accuracy. We couldn't reach 95%, but this is a lot. And the main thing is to have a human review. That's critical, and we believe that here in the Assembly. And the other platform that we'd like to show, and of course, you can research and increase with natural language inquiries, right? And the second is LEGIS Explica, inspired by the Senate. So here you can search the laws, all the documents. They are available on the internet. This year, so bill, yeah, above, yeah, that's the one. So when you research, you have all the bills available this year. And again, this work that we called LEGIS Explica in Portuguese, has human supervision. So Bill 317, it amends, the summary doesn't tell me much, but when I click the explanatory summary, it tells me what the project is about and what the lawmaker wanted with that project. So we're using AI to generate the summary of the project, of the bill, but with human review as well. So the Department of Technical Consultancy helps reviewing the text, because sometimes AI can hallucinate. So those projects are not that complex, but we opted to start by using simple things, simple uses for AI. And the message we would like to convey and share with the other parliaments is that start by simple, taking simple steps. And this is, you can deliver value. Even like being simple, the civil society wants to know what the project, what is this about, why the lawmaker did that. And the LS Play allows us to create a database that make it available in a simple way for the citizen. You can research, you can search that in natural language, and you can see what your lawmaker has debated and discussed. Thank you very much. Let's go to the lunch break, and we come back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. So just ratifying what our director said, we're heading lunch break. Now is 12:07, and we'll resume the agenda at 1:30. Have a great lunch break, you all.
Agora sim, definitivo. Boa tarde, senhoras. Boa tarde, senhores.
Okay, we're back. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have had a great lunch in Brazil and appreciated the local cuisine in Espírito Santo. So moving on with our schedule, we're going to have a panel about the integration of AI tools with systems legacy in decentralized parliaments. For that, I invite Giuliano, CEO of Agape Consultoria. We also invite the Director of Information Technology at this Legislative Assembly, Grimaldo Cruz. We invite the Director of Programs at the National Conference of State Legislatures, William Clark. And we invite the Senior Information Technology Strategist at the Parliament of Western Cape, South Africa, Clarence Issel. And we also invite the CEO of Intelliway, Carlos Eduardo Brandão. And at this moment, I give the floor to Giuliano Bringer.
A todos. Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank my colleagues here. I have one of the hardest missions after a delicious moqueca. Now, like, moderate this panel. And now we're talking about legacy systems. It's going to be very good. In the morning, we had some introduction. Some colleagues mentioned legacy systems. So when we talk about digital transformation at the public sector, we have this character, and it insists in showing up, the legacy system. In Brazil, there was a journalist that had a catchphrase. How do they live? Where are they from? What do they eat? So the most important question here is what we're going to find regarding legacy systems. So to begin with this panel, let me ask a first question to our colleagues. How does the majority of legacy systems in operation today, since they were operated in 2015, maybe before, database, monolithic stacks, BPMS engines, optimized for human flux. Not for the thinking process that we believe AI should have, but based on your experience, on your practical experience, what is the most underestimated technical barrier when you try to implement AI to those legacy systems? And what would be the cheapest and most intelligent play that the subnational parliaments can do that to prevent the legacy systems to be a barrier when it comes to AI? And now I invite Grimaldo to talk about his experience. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here again. Well, in my opinion, the underestimated barrier, obstacle here, in my perspective, is the lack of data structure, the fragmented data, segmented data, data that are. Before, we didn't think about that because we were not talking about parsing or structuring data. They were fragmented, scattered around the house. We suffered this pain here in the State Assembly. For example, I have the HR system, and now I have the electronic process systems. They are structured and they are formalized, but I have, for instance, some systems that run on Microsoft Access. So it's a legacy base that is there. They are not structured. They have no link, no correlated identification. So I have a Grimaldo in system A, a Grimaldo in system B. So one with capital letters, lowercase with like, AI understands it, but it's not reliable. So you don't have a reliability level at an institutional level. So for us to have an AI based on RAG or some other platforms, we needed this data to be structured and aligned so the AI could have a retrieval base. So the lack of structure, the data structure in the institution is an underestimated barrier, because everybody wants to implement AI, but people do not stop to structure data before. This is as relevant as the foundation, as the sewage pipeline in a public construction project. But people do not worry about that. What would I do not to expand this barrier? Oh, the cheapest solution, in my perspective, is to stop building those systems. So if I have a system that is not being updated, I stop. I don't use that anymore, and I start building structured systems. Systems that are already prepared and suited for feeding AI systems. Thank you, Grimaldo. Clarence, my friend, what are your remarks regarding the question?
Obrigado, everyone. I tend to agree with my colleague here that one of the biggest issues that we have with integrating legacy systems with AI is indeed unstructured or standardized data, definitely. But also on top of that, and one of the things that I see is working here in Brazil is the buy-in of senior management and leadership actually supporting your integration and upgrade from where you're using legacy systems, you know. And another thing also is what I've seen with the people that's actually here, all the delegates that's visiting Brazil, and so is I've spoken to some great minds with very innovative thinking, and so, you know, and I'd say we are the top, the cream of the crop, if I can put it that way, when it comes to the leadership of implementing AI in the legislative sector. However, there's still some of us, and I think it's most probably because it's of our age and that kind of thing, they're still stuck in our ways. You'll find most of us is using technology to do our thing. You know, the young people are very quick to adopt and go along with whatever system and AI tool is available. But us old ones, you'll find, still use the paper, and they prefer the old way of doing things. So one thing that I see here that's currently being done right is that senior management is supporting the AI initiatives and helping you guys, and that in most of the other institutions that I've been with, you know, is a big struggle for that. What would I do when it comes to cost saving and for integrating AI into legacy systems? I would expose it to an API, which I think is the cheapest way of going about it. But also, nowadays you get systems that you can buy off the shelf it's maybe cheaper than developing a functioning API for the legacy system to integrate with AI. So that's my 5 cents. Thanks.
Obrigado, amigo.
Thank you, Clarence, my friend. William, please bring your perceptions and your remarks regarding this topic, please.
my colleagues. Again, data fragmentation, independent systems, I think, are shared issues in the United States as well, to varying degrees. So just as the legislatures themselves vary quite a bit from each other, there can also be strong variations within legislatures. So you can actually, we have legislatures in the US where the Senate and the House have independent information technology systems. So that's one issue that's less common, but it is something that happens. But then within legislatures, there are many different independent systems that maybe do communicate, maybe don't. So you might have a bill drafting system or a system to draft fiscal notes and analysis on bills. You might have your cybersecurity system is run by the executive branch, and so you have that as an overlay. So you have all these different systems, and there have been a lot of efforts to have them communicate, to have them be interoperable. But I would agree, I think one of the ways that you could fix that is by decoupling some of those connections and then wrapping that with modern APIs. I think if you're gonna try to incorporate artificial intelligence, I think the API filling that space is one of the easier solutions. Not easy, but one of the easier solutions for legacy.
Muito obrigado, William. E agora...
Thank you, William. Now I'm going to give the floor to Carlos Eduardo Brandão. Brandão, you as a CIO at IntelliWay, a company that is that's connected to AI, what can you say regarding legacy systems? I know you are at the vanguard of development of AI, but what are your considerations regarding the legacy systems?
A nossa visão
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And our perspective regarding technical challenges regarding the legislative branch is very connected to what you presented before. That is the disconnection between systems. There are different silos, segregated, and data that are not treated for AI. They were built thinking in the human perspective, not structured, not classified. And just to complement what you said before, I think one of the biggest challenges is cybersecurity, the security of information. Today, legacy systems have like huge fails in security because of the advancement of the techniques of exploration and adaptation of those systems. So implementing AI to use those unstructured database in systems that don't have any API to connect to each other, it brings an even bigger threat when it comes to cybersecurity. Thank you, Brandão. Let me just ask you a different question, because there's a very silent debate, but very, very important within the parliamentary IT departments and even in the private sector when it comes to legacy systems. Should we involve the legacy systems with APIs and layers of AI, or we should treat AI as a trigger to rebuild the core of that application? To involve, preserve the continuity, but freezing that structural debt with a new development. Rebuilding that maybe create a clean architecture, but it will create years of disruption in some operations that cannot stop, cannot have downtime. So what are the criteria that a technology director in a parliament have to decide which path to follow?
In the systems we develop with focus on AI in the public sector and private, we understand that there are no extremes, nor utopia. Rebuilding from zero is not going to be amazing, but constantly just trying to add on is also not going to be great. A hybrid approach is what we recommend. An important step is what we call the AI journey, and this is when you understand the cases for use, where AI will be applied in, where it's possible, and in which way it will be put to use. There are some different paths, and to define these paths, or maybe repackage or add a layer, or maybe building from zero, or most of it from zero, you can use 3 different perspectives. One, you have to evaluate the systemic risk, the institutional risk. And this is important in the public sector, that is using a tool that can hallucinate to create a law is high risk. Second is stability. You need to choose systems that are stable and that are ready to use. This is our third perspective. So they need to be ready to offer data that is possible for AI to understand and consume. So this is the hybrid approach where you have 3 perspectives and you need to consider them all in order to choose the system. The institutional strategic risk, systems and data that is ready for AI, and effectively the possibility of creating layers that will be compatible with this system that is available. Thank you so much. William, could you share?
I think ideally you would want, I think if you just ask this question to a lot of people, you would maybe ideally want a brand new system. If you could just today have a brand new system or not, I think most people would maybe choose that. But I think our colleague Grant earlier today talked about how maybe having independent systems that evolve over time at different levels is maybe not a bad thing either, to have that diversity of systems that lends some stability. So I think there's an argument both ways, but I would say the reality in the US is that it's, as my colleague here on the panel said, I think it's not possible in the short term to have a completely new centralized system just because of the way that legislatures depend on this for their everyday work. And so in the US, most legislative staff, most IT staff in the legislatures are incredibly busy during session. They don't have any time for special projects. In the summertime, they're either fixing systems they already use or have very limited capacity to have new projects. And then I think another thing that complicates this in the US is that the US uses a hybrid system in most legislatures. There are extremes. There are some legislatures that produce all of their applications or most of their applications in-house. There are some legislatures that are completely vendor-driven. But for the most part, you have vendors and then you have in-house solutions that are integrated with those. And so with vendor, you have contracts. Sometimes it's impossible to break a contract even with an application that isn't working very well. And so I think legislators in the US have become very accustomed to making it work, connecting things that they can. And so I think the iterative approach is going to be the path for most legislatures. There are some small legislatures in the US that have very sophisticated IT teams that would be capable of potentially doing a more centralized override, and then over time having some of the smaller systems integrate.
Muito bom, muito obrigado. Amigo Clarence.
Thank you. Clarence, can you tell us your ideas?
Covered most of what I actually had prepared, man. I also went, well, actually my initial stance is always to, instead of having an old legacy system around that I'm going to expose to APIs and layering that thing, protecting it and going services at it. We don't necessarily have the skills to maintain the APIs that needs to be exposed to your old legacy systems. So instead of us having an old system that we need to basically upgrade, throw the old system out and replace it. For us, it's to starting from scratch. It's a much easier exercise for us because normally when you start from scratch, you get the initial handover and training to adopt a new system. And obviously, during the first period, that hand-holding period, is a period where both systems, the old legacy system is still there for the parliament to still function as normal, with the incoming system also now being there, and they get trained and get exposed to this new system, get used to it, and then eventually it will be deployed permanently and replace the old legacy system. So all these use cases is actually valid, in all the, in different scenarios. So I agree with all my colleagues. And yeah, that's more that I can add. Thank you.
Obrigado. Grimaldo, uma discussão, inclusive, que ontem à noite nós...
Last night, we were having a conversation, Grimaldo, without exactly knowing what we were going to say yet, but so we started yesterday having this conversation. So could you share your considerations? It's a very relevant, important question. In my opinion, as an IT administrator, my dream would be to build from scratch a new system that would englobe all of the house, that would be integrated not only to the assembly systems, but government systems. We have accounting systems that are managed by other organs, so we need to connect it for transparency reasons. So this would be the dream. But I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's really, really hard and expensive. Building from scratch is super expensive, a system that would work for everybody. And not only is it expensive, but there is an operational technical impact that's really big. I would have to stop, rebuild, involve all sectors. In my opinion, it's not a viable approach. It's a dream. It still is for me, but I don't think it's the most viable way. I agreed with everybody that the hybrid approach is the most viable one, where we'll analyze case by case and see what is crucial. Is this system very important? Will it stop proceedings? If yes, then I can't just throw it away. If it's working, if there is organized semantic data, AI can see the data, API will resolve the situation here. If yes, keep it, maintain the system until maybe one day you remove it. If the system is not crucial, if you just use it occasionally, the data is chaotic, confused, internally there's no management of the data, then it's time to throw it out and start from scratch. But in my opinion, the ideal world, the best approach would be hybrids with personalized analysis of independent systems so that we make the right decisions based on how crucial they are. Thank you, Grimaldo. Now let's think of 2 years in the future. We'll still be talking about this, I'm sure. Most parliaments, subnational parliaments, will have implemented at least one AI system, either a chatbot or a summarizer tool, a search assistant, semantic analysis, likeness. In your opinion, what are we underestimating right now that maybe in 2028 we'll be talking about as the lesson that we should have learned earlier? In other words, what is the AI parliamentary scandal that today is being underestimated or hidden by our choices that in the future we'll see with different eyes? Clarence, could you get started?
For me, and again, I'll come back to the approach we've taken at WCPP, and that's to, slow and steady wins the race. The biggest mistake that we, I think, can make is being too quick to maybe adopt AI in the core of our systems and our inner workings in parliamentary proceedings. Because the parliament works on trust and credibility. That's how the public out there is basically looking at us. I have an example of where an organization used AI to basically draft a legal document that served in front of very senior people, and the references that AI generated was basically made up and it was non-existent. And this thing, I think, was challenged in court, if I'm not mistaken. So we should very we should be very cautious when it comes to the implementation of AI in legislative proceedings and so on. That's my bit. Thanks.
Muito obrigado. Grimaldo.
Thank you, Grimaldo.
O risco.
The risk. The underestimated risk. Nowadays, people are worried about AI in a superficial way. If the question given is correct, hallucination, errors. Because the question is about the future, I think maybe these hallucinations and wrong answers will be fixed by then. We were talking about RAG, where we can kind of delimitate the scopes, and more we'll have more assertive and precise answers. But I think that there is a possibility of creation in generative AI. AI is creating content. Nowadays, they still do this based on human data. They will take human legislation, human documents, and based on that, they will synthesize and give you something. But I think in some years, we'll maybe see AI creating documents, and they will be training themselves based on what they create themselves. So today, they create based on what humans built. There is a source, there is some kind of basis, human basis. Maybe in a few years, this document that they're going to use a reference won't be human-made anymore. So they're going to start basing things on top of AI creation. And I think long-term, this could be a scandal and a problem. Because based on what is the structure, the guarantee that you have of this data being real? And that's what documents are. They're an evidence of what's happening. And there are many situations in the legal world of petitions, repeals, of embedding a script within a PDF in order to induce the judge to an error. So this is already a reality. These are scandals that we've seen happen. So in my opinion, something we need to be careful of is the AI learning from AI, leaving humans behind. And what is the serious problem here? Humans won't be the priority anymore. You delegate the decisions. We're talking about AI that is ethical, aware, but when you start delegating too much, you might see judges worried about an AI analysis. They're delegating something that they should be doing. They should not just be signing the document. They have to do their own interpreting of the situations. So when you start delegating this level of rationale and decision to AI and they start learning from themselves, this is really worrying and we should really think about it. Thank you, Grimaldo. This is an issue that many people have studied, synthetic data that has already been produced by AI. Brandão, could you add? This is really relevant, a scenario that is really relevant and worrying. Today, all of us use AI, I guess, in our day-to-day to generate content, to execute different tasks, and we're leaving the responsive AI, where you're using something like ChatGPT, Gemini, to generate content, and we're moving on into agent AI, where they have a little bit of autonomy and execute tasks without human interaction. This is really risky. Recently, this week, OpenAI published that they are going to build an operational system based on AI agents. You're not going to have APIs anymore. You're going to have AI agents that will make decisions for you, will execute the tasks that you today do through the interaction with your phone and your smartphone. So this context is already happening in your computers as well. Last week, In fact, I asked my agent to organize all my photos, remove duplicates, and eliminate from the computer what were print screens. So these are roles that AI are taking up. I don't think it's just a bubble, and I think in the legislative, the big threat is the silent hallucination. We have millions of assemblies and institutions and parliaments using AI today to generate content, as you guys mentioned. Content that is often based on hallucination or based on data that's not real, it's fake, and AI is very convincing. They write better than we do often. This is a fact. Marketing today, they have proven that AI-created content generates more engagement than human-created content. So after a law that was approved and they used AI to check if that bill was constitutional or not, they discovered that that article wasn't valid anymore. So you had a whole process of a bill that worked for 2 years, and then after 2 years, it's outdated and based on hallucination, AI hallucination. So this is a huge risk, an institutional risk. Thank you so much, Brendel. Clark, do you have anything to share?
I agree with the last speaker too, just about agents. I think AI agents create some of the greatest risk moving forward, either in terms of malfunctioning agents or in terms of them having inappropriate permissions assigned to them. So you can think of numerous scenarios that might happen from that. A malfunctioning agent might release information to the wrong parties. So perhaps if you've got a system like in the US where you have Republican Party, Democratic Party, they've got two separate systems perhaps. A malfunctioning agent might share information between them, and maybe the consequence isn't that high, but reputationally for the staff, but also for the privacy within the institution, it can have high consequences. You can also think about maybe an agent, again, malfunctioning and shutting down a system during a really crucial part of deliberations. That, again, maybe it wouldn't be the end of the legislature, but it could be very disruptive for a session, especially you can think of very sensitive times in a session. If you have a session limit and you're getting to the very last few days, every day counts, and you can imagine the damage that could happen from an agent disrupting a system, and maybe it's back online the next day, but then you've lost 6 hours, which in the legislative world can be incredibly damaging. So I think just those instances where an agent might act inappropriately, I think could be incredibly risky.
Muito obrigado, Clark.
Thank you, Clark. Just to conclude, to wrap this up, I ask for the final considerations of every member of the table. So if a parliament is thinking about implementing AI, what would be the biggest and most important decision that this parliament should make now? What does it have regarding governance, and how they should implement that without stopping the operations of the parliament? Clarence, starting with you, please.
Garnering the support of your senior management or business to support your initiative in education, training them, getting them to understand what you're trying to accomplish with your AI integration or bringing AI into the legislature. And like one of my previous colleagues said, instead of throwing out previous technologies that is currently serving us, and not causing too much undue interruption, bring AI in a more phased, structured, clean way, instead of just come in, wham, bang, thank you, ma'am, way out, throw out the previous system kind of thing, you know. Yeah. For now, that's all I can say. Thanks.
Nós que agradecemos pela sua colaboração.
We thank you for your remarks, Clarence. Now, Clark, please.
I agree generally with Clarence. I think strategic planning is really important for a legislature or an IT office within a legislature to think about. You know, you already have an assessment of where your system's at. You already have projections probably for systems you want to integrate moving forward. And so I think you can look at that plan and say, okay, where does it make sense? Where is there a need to incorporate AI? Where is it easiest to incorporate AI? But I think another thing we heard yesterday during our discussions, or maybe it was this morning, but is to start with an easy project. Start with a project that has a high likelihood of success, that you think can be a kind of a test run for how that might interact with your systems, and then get lessons learned from that. And then I think you can build up and have more complexity and work on other projects. So as we've seen in some legislatures that have started to incorporate these systems, it sounds great on paper. You have a system that's proven in other environments. You bring it in, you don't have any problems. You build it, but then when you try to implement it, it doesn't deliver you what you want. And we're seeing a lot more testing that's needed sometimes. And so I think, yeah, do one project successfully, declare it a success, and then move from there.
Muito bom, muito obrigado, Clark.
Thank you, Clark. Really good ideas. Now, Brandon, your final remarks. Thank you. Everybody says that the human being is not going to be replaced by AI, but human beings that do not use AI will be replaced by human beings that use AI. So this gap needs to be fixed when it comes to training and qualification. So I think that the first step that the institution or a private company has to do is like AI literacy, to train the staff to get to know and learn how to use those tools, and then adopt AI in a structured and planned way with governance, security. Structured actions are important. You need some rehearsals. We need to gain experience from innovation, but of course you need ethics, structure, and governance for making the AI projects feasible and successful and to bring return to the institution. Thank you, Brunel. Now, Grimaldo. So, finishing the panel, concluding that, what I have to say is that I think we are treading the right path. We are debating AI here and exchanging experience with different countries and different states and different subnational parliaments. For us, not to bring AI only from the technological perspective. And AI is there, it's a reality, we cannot escape from it. But sometimes people approach me in the halls of the house and say, hey, and they ask me, when will we acquire AI? When you will implement ChatGPT? And I say, hey, take it easy. That's not the way we do it. We have a long way before we implement that institutionally. So we do not prevent the staff from having a license, but for the institutional use, we need traceability, accountability, security. We need the higher levels of safety. And we have to face AI from an institutional perspective, and we have to understand which decisions, which institutional decisions cannot be blurred, cannot be opaque. And some decisions cannot be made by AI. And we have to be careful and cautious, not only now, but for the future too. Thank you, Grimaldo. Great words. I'd like to thank all the guests and fellow members of the panel that contributed to this discussion. This is very important to all of us. And all of you that attended the panel, your participation is very important, and it helps a lot in this learning curve for the future of the parliamentary use, responsible use of AI in the public sector and for the society in general. Thank you very much. Just a minute, we're going to take a very nice picture with the members of the panel. I am the master of ceremonies and also a photographer. And I'll be a nurse in a few minutes too. You're fine, right? Yeah. So I'd like you all to look at those young people there. They are from the Federal Institute of Espírito Santo. They came here with their teachers and professors, and this is a project that's called University Students at the Parliament. So from time to time, they come here every week, I think. They come every day, actually. They come here during the sessions of the panel, the plenary, and they come here to get to know a little better the Subnational Parliament of Espírito Santo. So a round of applause. Thank you. You're following LEGIS, an international conference about technology, not only in Brazil, but discussing technology in the world. Thank you for your attendance, and please take your seats and feel free to follow the schedule. So moving on with our agenda for the day, we're going to have the presentation in the case of Scotland, UK. So I invite Andy Beattie, Parliamentary Councillor.
Boa tarde. As others have said, it's an absolute pleasure to be here in Espírito Santo. My immense gratitude to the Assembly and to the sponsors for inviting me to this event. It's been great to share with Capixaba colleagues from across Brazil, colleagues from around the world over these past couple of days. I was on the panel yesterday, you might have heard me speak, so yeah, I am Andy Beattie from Scotland. I am the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. This makes me a legislative drafter. I'm the head of the Scottish Government's Legislative Drafting Office. And they are the devolved administration in Scotland, and we draft legislation, mostly the bills for the Scottish Parliament, which is a devolved assembly within the United Kingdom. I have been involved in lawmaking, drafting laws for almost 3 decades. Quite a long time. I might not look that old, but I started very young. I have always been enthusiastic about exploring ways to improve how legislation is made, how it's written and how it's used. As I said yesterday, I am by no means a digital expert. I am a digital enthusiast. Lewis very kindly said that was a good thing yesterday. I hope my digital and IT colleagues think the same. I suspect sometimes they think I'm more dangerous than anything else, but I try my best. I will talk to you today about some steps and initiatives we've taken to modernise legislative drafting in Scotland. I'll focus on one of our digital products in particular, which we use to draft, amend and publish legislation. But as I say, I'm no technical expert, so I'll perhaps also conclude and say a few words about the cultural and leadership approaches that are needed to modernise legislation successfully. Before I start, I'll just say a little bit about Scotland and my background. Scotland has been part of the United Kingdom since 1707. Our statute book goes back much further than that. We have some laws in place still which were drafted 800 years ago. But a Scottish Parliament itself was only re-established in Edinburgh fairly recently in 1999. We have this new and modern Parliament situated right in the heart of historic Edinburgh. It operates in a very impressive modern Parliament building, and I think that's helped Scotland to be at the forefront of parliamentary modernisation. We heard a little yesterday, I think it was from Will, about how Parliament buildings themselves can influence the creativity and the innovative ethoses of parliaments, and I really do think Scotland has benefited from having this fantastic building which was designed by a Catalan architect. In all parliaments in Scotland, I'm sure in Brazil and everywhere else, it's no exception, the ability to enact high quality legislation is crucial for the maintenance and promotion of the rule of law in a democratic society. And I think that always has to be borne in mind as one of the principles, or perhaps the most important principle, when pursuing modernisation in the parliamentary stage. So I'll share with you some of the ways that we've pursued modernisation and innovation in Scotland. I'll start briefly just with some things we did many years ago. As I said, as someone who's always been enthusiastic about improvement, a bit like we heard yesterday from Espírito Santo, I have for many, many years been trying to pursue ways to use modern tools to improve the way we go about and do things. One of the first things we did was our own guidance on drafting legislation, which is called Drafting Matters. Some of you might have seen I've carried the pin around. Was something which we developed when it started really 15 years ago, using in the first instance some quite basic digital tools, SharePoint and other products. And although its content, I like to think, does demonstrate a modern approach to legislative style, it was the collaborative way in which we prepared it, using digital tools, which I think was something which first introduced to people in my office of different ways of working. Another project worth just mentioning briefly at the start is something which we call Common Legislative Solutions. And this is linked to the points we were making yesterday about structured data. The National Archives, who publish legislation, realised that once legislation was data, they were able to search that data and uncover patterns in legislation. They were able to identify commonly occurring ways across the statute book in which certain problems were formed. So, for example, things like creating criminal offences, establishing new public bodies, or other common things which legislation does. They identified around 20 different things that legislation do, and from the data they could see these are the patterns in the statute book. So having identified these patterns, policy officials and legislative drafters across all the drafting offices and governments in the UK worked together to develop guidance on how to create legislation in these fields. So if you're creating a new criminal offence, we're able to see here all the different things that the statute book does when a criminal offence is created. So as a policy official, you might want to think about these things. So it was a really good use of data. Working on these projects, this is really the point of mentioning them now, it importantly introduced my team to the benefits of using digital tools and methodology to co-produce material. It exposed us to both the leadership and the cultural behaviours that are needed to successfully tackle digital modernisation projects on a bigger scale. And that was fortunate because a very significant project came across us very soon after. And this is the main project which I'll talk to you about today, which is Lawmaker. This was a new system which we developed. It's a digital service, and it's now used to draft all primary and secondary legislation in all of the governments and parliaments in the UK. It's a service which is operated by the National Archives, who are the publishers of legislation, but it started as a collaboration between the Parliamentary Council, the Legislative Council in both the Scottish and UK governments, and also the Scottish and UK parliaments and the National Archives. It was recognised at the outset of the project that legislating is high profile. It's critical for both parliaments and governments. The room for process failure, obviously, then, is very small. And as we've identified, for that reason, over many, many years, sophisticated paper-based processes have evolved to enable elected members to debate and scrutinise legislation. But we recognised at the start that we would need to have a new digital-first approach. When we were talking yesterday about the founding principles for new projects, we talked about structured data, and that was very much what we were fortunate to begin with. We sought to move away from that sort of paper-based to a system which used structured data. It sought to create a new service in which the partners could build their own core tools, so whether that was for drafting, for amending, or for publishing the legislation. By using open data standards and cloud-based solutions to work across these boundaries, the project developed this new tool that allows legislation to be drafted and then shared between all the different partners on a single system throughout the legislative cycle. It procured and developed bespoke, groundbreaking digital legislative service. There were some founding principles that were followed. The new software had to be user-focused. As I said, not everyone's a digital expert, and we worked very hard to make sure it was intuitive to be used even by those without advanced or even any technical expertise. But it was also to be data-driven. It was also to involve structured data, and for that reason we adopted the Acoma Natoso open data standard, which you've heard about today, and we developed a browser and cloud-based tools, so it's all done through a standard internet browser. We can log in on our own computer systems, but if they fail, we can actually, with the security, just log in our own systems. I think we can technically even do it on our own phones if we needed to. And this enabled each partner to create and manage data to suit their own purposes. It's all in a single system, It operates in the cloud, and this allows the partners to engage seamlessly with each other throughout the process. So we draft the legislation in the government. When we're sort of ready and happy with that, we press a button that sends it on the system to the Scottish Parliament. We then send our amendments to the Parliament, they integrate them, they press another button when the bill's enacted, and it all gets sent to the publisher. So it's obviously all backed up by infrastructure, security and support services. They're all operated centrally by the archives. But by using open source components and working in the open, the project gained the benefits of a common collaborative approach. And we used partner feedback throughout the process to determine what the priorities were. Obviously, each partner has different priorities, but this ensured that each partner could not only get what it wanted, but hopefully help improve the contributions from others. We used what is known as the Agile methodology to develop the software. This is not without its challenges, particularly when testing was being done in a live legislative environment. But engaging users in the development process, and throughout that process, most certainly, in my opinion, led to the creation of a better product. And as a result of all this, we have new and better legislative drafting tools. The parliaments have better tools for facilitating legislative scrutiny, and the archives can use the structured data that's created to improve the accessibility of the legislation to the public. So the use of open source components also meant that the code created potential to be used in the future for future developments. And as I say, whilst it was first used for just primary legislation, it's now used in the UK for all secondary legislation, which is enacted by government, so things like orders, rules and regulations. And it's also now been extended to other legislatures. Firstly, last year it was extended to another devolved legislature, the Northern Ireland Assembly, and just at the moment over the summer it's been extended to be used by the Parliament or the Senate in Wales. This means that the service soon will be used by well over 2,000, I think almost 3,000 legislative drafters and officials across 4 separate national and devolved legislatures. So there's 4 different governments use it, 4 parliaments, technically 5 parliaments, because the UK Parliament would be the House of Commons and the House of Lords and the publishers. So that's 10 separate independent users in different legal jurisdictions, all using exactly the same system. So having the national and sub-national, if we call them that, legislatures develop the new software together had many advantages. Obviously there's efficiency advantages, which have been excellent, but I think most importantly, having a single structured data set for all the legislation produced at all levels across the UK will improve, and ultimately has already improved and will continue to improve the accessibility of legislation to citizens, which is the most critical thing. So what next for a lawmaker? Well, it'll come as no surprise that the phenomenal pace at which generative AI is evolving means we're now focused on how we can integrate AI into the lawmaker service. It's fair to say that as legislative drafters, we've not yet had a huge amount of success in using AI to actually draft legislation. I mean, we've given it a go, it's fair to say, but the dangers inherent in using AI, which we've identified, are all self-evident at the moment. That's not to say it won't get much better at this in the future. But drafting aside, AI already is effective at many of the tasks which are related to legislative drafting. It can incorporate amendments made across the statute book to prepare updated versions of legislation. Will was just saying in the last panel, try and take projects one at a time. So the first project we did is much of our legislation, rather than being standalone, actually amends existing legislation. So that we've developed a product whereby, because all the data is now in the same system, when we produce a bill which amends legislation, and AI can then produce different versions of how the ultimate statute book will look, so that members can see what the end product will be rather than just the proposed amendments to it. And that's already been fairly successful and is about to be rolled out permanently. We've also found it to be fairly good, although not perfect, at producing explanatory notes or policy notes describing the purpose and effect of legislation. Not yet, I would say, to the standard where we would press a button and get a perfect product, but certainly to the point where it would produce a good starting product for a knowledgeable human to take forward and develop. So our role, I think, is to ensure that AI is used to assist rather than bypass the legislative drafting process. And by consistently encouraging and promoting modernisation, we've put ourselves in a good place to be able to embrace future change and development and to make it work best for us with this new system. So just a few words from me on leading change. As I said, I'm not the person to talk to you about the technical versions of the Lawmaker product. There are videos online on YouTube, and I have colleagues, in particular one of my colleagues, Matt Lynch, who leads the project, who would be more than happy to talk to you about the technical aspects of it. But what I can do is share some reflections with you on the leadership and the cultural approach which is needed to successfully modernise the way in which parliamentary processes, and particularly legislative processes, are undertaken. Introducing innovation inevitably brings uncertainty, and that can be threatening or worrying for institutions or individuals who are accustomed to expect very high levels of certainty and reliability, particularly in the legislative space. We know that it is absolutely crucial for legislation to be accurate and for it to be relied upon. For that reason, it needs to be very robust. But all that said, one thing that we all know is that the only thing that is certain is that change will happen. Change does happen. And although not all change leads to improvement, if there is no change at all, there will never be any improvement. So for that reason, embracing change is therefore essential if there is to be modernisation and successful modernisation, which is one of the reasons why I have been so enthusiastic about an improvement culture. But lessons that I've learned in leading changes have sort of resonated with me over the years and have helped me to embrace more and more. I think the first thing which I would point out is that it's incredibly important to empower, encourage and support project leads. Even more important if, like me, as I say, you're by no means the technical expert. The temptation, particularly in the legislative world, is to be cautious and risk-averse. That temptation is very strong, and it does need to be heeded. But project leads and teams are at the forefront of innovation, and they need to feel empowered to pursue their most creative and innovative ideas. So support from leaders for them provides them with the momentum that's needed to see a project through the toughest of times. And secondly, I would say embracing collaborative agile design methodology is hugely beneficial. As I mentioned, it's not without its challenges, but ensuring that the eventual users of a system, and perhaps and particularly those who are most reluctant to change, ensuring they're involved in the development and the testing of new products is absolutely essential. It's important to accept failure as part of that innovation process. Again, can be quite difficult in the legislative space and needs to be managed exceptionally well, because that allows then feedback to secure the continuous improvement to ensure that the final product, which is eventually used, is better for all. And finally, I think just a little bit of kindness always goes far, being understanding and supportive of colleagues who are being asked to change their ways of working and listening carefully to their concerns, ensuring that training and support is available at all times. And by repetitively communicating clearly and frequently what the vision is, what the outcome is. So saying to someone right at the start, oh, we're moving from a paper-based document to structured data, and expecting everyone just to immediately agree that that's a great thing is not going to work. It needs a lot of explanation as to why that is being done. Leading change is not easy, but we have learned that by establishing a culture of continuous improvement and an acceptance that change is a necessary part of improving, that legislative drafting can be enhanced greatly by modernisation. And it's put us in a good place to make use of the opportunities that will come, whether that is from generative AI or whatever follows generative AI as the next development. By continuously improving how our laws are made, making them ever more understandable and accessible to our citizens, and ensuring that they are ever more able to understand and follow the laws which govern our society, it will always be an essential part of a well-functioning democracy. So, muito obrigado. Thank you for listening.
Now, to talk about the case of modernization in the Parliament of Queensland in Australia, we invite the Director of Services, Director of Assembly and Committee Services at the Parliament of Queensland, Australia, Bernice Watson.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay. Okay, can I start? Yeah. Okay. Okay, boa tarde. Good afternoon. I also would like to acknowledge the incredible opportunity it is to be here speaking today, and to thank the Legislative Assembly of Espírito Santo and the sponsors for the kind invitation. It's an honour to be here amongst you all. I've been learning a lot in the last few days, and I have lots of things to take back, and hopefully I can share some for other ideas. It's all about exchanging ideas for all of us, for our parliaments and for our roles. My views that I'm going to express here today, or my observations about the situation that we have been progressing in the Queensland Parliament, they are my own. They don't represent necessarily the Queensland Parliament's view or the Parliamentary Service view, so just to make that clear. So my role is, I'm working as the Director in the Assembly and Committee Services area, or the division, and the role involves being responsible for the work of the Legislative Assembly in terms of its operations. So I too am not a tech person, I'm an operations person in the parliamentary world. I also have responsibility for the work of Parliamentary Committee Office, so the team of 35 people that supports parliamentary committees. And in fact, that was the role that I was managing that office before I moved to this role. So committees is a bit of my home, I guess. The Assembly support, the First Clerk Assistant Assembly is also a role I undertook for a year, so I'm fairly familiar with the operations of the Assembly. I also work in the chamber as a clerk at the table, so intimately involved in the thick of it. I also look after the Parliamentary Reporting and Broadcasting Service. when I say look after, there are other people who actually manage the day-to-day, but I'm responsible for those areas overall. We also have an education program or a team of people who deliver education around the state of Queensland, primarily in schools, but not just schools. We also do seminars for public service, the executive, to understand the relationship between the executive and the parliament and how they work together. And recently, the Parliamentary Library also joined the division. So the library has a core information management team, and there's also a research and information service in that area. So they're all very much involved in supporting the work of members of Parliament to do their jobs as members. And just a little bit more, and I guess this is an illustration of how subnational parliaments often do a lot with little. I also have responsibility for legal and compliance and for external relations, and do those with the support of one and a bit staff. And I'm the chair of the Heritage Management Group for the Parliamentary Precinct as well. So that involves not just buildings, but also things like art and documentation. So yes, and part of the role also means I'm the business owner for the parliamentary technical products that support the work of all of those areas. So when we've recently had some developments happening in those areas, which I'll tell you about, I'm the business owner in terms of the management of those projects. So just for a bit of context, just some of the key features about the Queensland Parliament and the state. So it's a unicameral parliament. It's the only Australian state that is a unicameral parliament. All the others are bicameral. This is only since 1922 though, so there's a bit of a historical story there which I won't go into, but we're very proudly, well, it's a feature that's considered special about Queensland. There are 93 electorates, and the members serve populations of over 5 million people, which is the population of Queensland. The state itself is 668,207 square miles of land, and there are 95 electorate offices. The staff in electorate offices are also employees of the parliamentary service, like I am. And we have around 200, maybe 250 staff, actually, yeah, 250 I think it is now, based on the precinct in Brisbane. So there are more actually out around the state than there are in the precinct itself. Queensland is Australia's most decentralised mainland state. So about half of the population live outside the main city of Brisbane. So some electorates are so big that members have 2 electorate offices, one at each end of their electorate, and they have pilot licences so they can travel to actually meet with constituents and ensure access. So that's just some background. In terms of the modernisation agenda, everything that we do all comes back to the fundamental purpose of the Parliament and what Parliament is for, basically making decisions that represent and promote and protect the sovereign interests of the people. So obviously I'm not going to talk through what the functions of Parliament are, but again, these are the touchstones that we go back to when we're looking at modernising and how we might undertake that. So there's the functions of Parliament. There's also other basic principles that we always draw on and keep in mind when we're thinking about how any system might be implemented or might be designed and implemented. And then there are also parliamentary procedures. So there are multiple levels of rules and principles that govern how parliamentary business is done. So some of the rules are things like, simple things like a question before the House must be dealt with or adjourned from before another question can be considered. So there are sort of standard rules that are designed to ensure the smooth functioning of the Parliament, but they also, some of them, enact the principles around things like protection of the minority. So they also aim to minimise abuse of process. And not all rules are written down, so while we've got a set of standing orders that include some of those sorts of procedures, many of them are unwritten, and so we have to work out what to do in any given situation with reference back to those fundamental principles that I just spoke about a slide or two ago. I actually like that better than having a very heavily codified set of rules that have to be abided by, because as soon as, in my experience, as soon as you try and specify things, people try to find ways to get out of them. And principles-based is much harder to twist out of, because it's the concept, and people can find that, yeah, they'll still try and say, well, where does the rule say this? And I think that's one of the things that we have to, that ambiguity that poses challenges when we're considering how we could modernise an approach to something like giving procedural advice, and that's a central part of our role. So I guess why would we modernise? I mean, the main reasons are to, as I've said, better achieve everything I spoke about, but there's also things about accessibility that are just expected now in society, and some of the things we've done in terms of accessibility have been around broadcasting. So we have live broadcasts. Obviously, I think most parliaments do that now. The use of the footage, it's archived footage that is retained indefinitely. Terms and conditions of use, and I'll come back to that in a minute when I speak about the Hansard area. We've been doing work around the usability of our website, and we have also just recently we've got a big project around tabled papers, so they go back to the start of the Queensland Parliament in the 1860s or so, and we've been digitising them progressively. OCR technology to make them more accessible, well, to publish them first at all, and then to make them more accessible and searchable. We've been looking at how to improve people's ability to have a say through e-petitions. So we've had e-petitions for a long time in Queensland. We were the first parliament, I think, along with maybe one of the UK parliaments, I think, to have them. But we've recently implemented a new e-petition system, and I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the rate of petitions has increased about threefold since we did that, and we've had the highest number of petitions ever. And that's without actually going out and advertising and calling and letting people know about doing it. So we're not quite sure why that is, but it's a sign that the system has certainly made things more accessible. E-submissions to committee inquiries we've had for a while as well. People still do use email sometimes. We haven't quite got to the point of saying no emails, it's only using this portal, but we will get there. And the use of the portal obviously makes it much easier to assess, because we can gather the information in a sorted way to start from. It's much easier at the other end to analyse and to process. And the Assembly and Committee Proceedings Live obviously is another avenue. In terms of, oh sorry, I didn't click. Yeah. In terms of the giving evidence to committee hearings and making submissions to inquiries, there's been, we obviously use social media, etc., to promote inquiries, but other people are now taking up the initiative and putting things on things like, well, this is a LinkedIn account where somebody does a bit of a run around of all the Australian jurisdictions and inquiries that are happening at the time, and encourages young people to get involved and to make submissions to those inquiries, which is a great initiative, and it's something that I think sparked in my mind the idea that this would be something that AI could potentially help with in terms of gathering information like that and then helping to distribute it more broadly. We're not doing that, but it's an idea that comes from seeing something that's already happening. Okay. So the live broadcast that we have, we use automatic speech recognition to capture a text, and the text is, happens live, and I've been finding it really useful that if there's an issue or a dispute about something that happens in the chamber, we can immediately replay the footage even while proceedings are continuing. And try and help work out what it is that actually happened, because sometimes in the heat of what's happening, it isn't always clear. The closed captioning is something that we're going to soon look at using for producing first drafts of the record of proceedings as well. I know many other parliaments are doing that already, and it's an interesting area of change. Video on demand is available, so people can go and access video from parliamentary proceedings whenever they want to. Members are able to extract their own speeches. We provide them in that form, and they can now do it themselves and publish it on their own social media and websites. The live feeds to media we give in a quality that's very high standard, so media can immediately use it for their own purposes, the official media, that is. And the tabled papers database I've mentioned, and open API is a principle that we have throughout our website. So like in Scotland, where Andy's presentation was just from, the drafting doesn't happen within the Parliament, it's in the Office of the Parliamentary Council. So this isn't our parliamentary work, but there is a legislative drafting workflow that I believe the Office manages as an on-premise system, and bill publication happens through them, but it's essentially, they provide. We're still using email communication, essentially, between us. So I think it would be really helpful if we could have some sort of workflow in that regard. Incorporating amendments, we're still, obviously that happens using the system that the Office of the Parliamentary Council has, but we are still doing manual bill checks when they are sent back to ensure that everything's as it should. We read bits of the amendments to each other. So that's an area that's, I don't know if it'll change, but it's certainly, there is a lot of technology happening to help get to the final product, but there's still an element of human, a very strong element of human input at the end. Indicative reprints, which is, I think there's another term others use, but essentially the Office of the Parliamentary Council publish for any amending legislation, they'll publish a version that shows what it would look like should this pass. So it's quite helpful. Okay. All of our historical collections are currently being digitised. And so that just doesn't include the official records, but also all of our artwork. Essentially, it's a bit of, the Parliament House is a museum of historical records. So art, audio, video recordings, projects like that are all being uploaded and made publicly available. We're doing some significant audio-visual upgrades throughout the precinct. We have new purpose-built committee hearing rooms that are much more close to the front of the entrance to the precinct, trying to create a sense of openness. We have electronic document management systems in-house now, which I'm gathering from a lot of the discussion this week will mean, this last few days, will help with the ability to have AI systems draw on that data in-house because it's managed and organised and categorised easily. And we've also established workflows for members to use for their entitlements for things like travel and other claims. Okay, committee proceedings are all broadcast except in regional areas. Committees travel a lot, so it's not all video conference, although video conferencing happens in Brisbane. The committee meeting papers have been digitised for a while. We've used a product that members took. There was definitely a change management process needed for that. Most members seem to use it now, but there are still some members who don't. So I'm not sure whether it's something that might ultimately translate into a bigger use of digital records as opposed to paper-based, which people do still use. Okay, the library collections, whoops. Sorry, what's happened there? We use, for our library collections, search and research requests. We draw on things like Power BI. We also use a legal database that has inbuilt AI that helps people. It's a subscription model that helps people search and prepare, I guess, first advices based on the content of that legal database. We obviously have other things like multi-factor authentication that people have mentioned a few times this week. Learning management system is a really interesting one. We've implemented a learning management system that is it's electronic, and it's enabling us to reach those 95 electorate offices a lot more than we were able to do just running training from Brisbane. We've also managed to use it for our new performance development and planning process for staff, so that there's a bit of we've got a new system that's, rather than having once a year performance reviews, it's an ongoing process, and we're using that system to help automate that. And to an extent, obviously, the conversations are really the key to it. But some of those things are just helping people get the sense that there is, that we are automating generally, and they're getting comfortable with using technology. Okay. We've also got automated subscription services, so members of the public can sign up to receive updates for individual committees and their work. They can do it for when bills have been tabled or passed, or anything changes with legislation. And also when tabled papers are tabled. Okay. I think the biggest issue, though, is that our systems don't speak well to each other. So we do have lots of these systems for tabled papers. We've got a lot of inbuilt in-house systems for things like the in-house systems for questions and answers. Some of them we built ourselves. Some of them are ones that we have more recently used vendors to assist with. Ultimately, we hope that they'll all speak to each other. But it does at the moment mean that we don't have the benefits of consistency, and that's certainly something we're looking at. We want to integrate our systems. And I think with all of these modernisation efforts, they have been happening, they've all had project plans, they've all been done individually, but they haven't been done with a sense of a cohesive framework, but that's emerged from doing them. So sometimes you just have to start. We've begun doing these things. We've run them as projects. We're now at the point, though, where we've nearly finished a digital strategy, so a 4-year digital strategy that will help guide and connect all of those projects, not only to the organisational vision, which is where they currently link back to, but an intermediary point of this digital strategy, because there's obviously a lot more happening than digital work that is achieving the broader organisational visions. So some learnings that we've had so far have been, it's absolutely critical that the developers of any of these systems have a good understanding of what we do, how we do it, and what benefits we're trying to achieve. And working with subject matter experts and being as much as possible part of the business has really helped when we've needed to do that. We've also ensured that subject matter experts are actually given the time to, for example, be offline and just focus on the development of systems. So they are people who don't have systems expertise, but they've been heavily involved with and gaining a lot of that systems expertise so that they can ensure that it will meet their needs. The other thing that they have been involved in is developing the business requirements, including acceptance criteria and user stories. So we've been getting the staff who are going to be directly affected to actually do the user stories. They're the best ones to be able to say why they need something to happen. And we've certainly found that it's helpful for a developer to know when they have the great idea of, well, you could just do it this way, to be able to say, well, no, we can't, because this thing is really important for this reason. So user stories are really critical, and we're actually looking, getting those ready before even thinking about who might do the work on some of these things. So the next big project is the Hansard. We have a current Hansard publishing and editing system, and it's, I guess, end of life, you'd call it. So I'm sorry that's not very readable there, but essentially the purpose of the Hansard is to form an official historical record. And so balancing the fidelity of that record with the need to modernise can create some tensions. The written record is the definitive account of proceedings, and it will continue to be that. We don't have plans to change that. However, broadcast and making proceedings available through the transcripts of the closed captioning as well is a really important means of improving accessibility and getting information out quickly. The Hansard transcript, though, is published within a couple of hours of each session, as in, morning session by 1 o'clock. So it's pretty quick anyway. And reporting staff at the moment capture and edit parliamentary debates and committee evidence using the stenography machines, so they are still using that, and we have an issue in that the training for stenography is no longer happening, and most of the reporters are, in demographic terms, they may be thinking about not being at work again in the fairly not too distant future. We won't have anybody to replace and ensure that continual record if we don't do something else. So this is why we are starting to look at ASR. And so there's the person who's working on the new module, which will include an ASR element. That person who's offline is ensuring that all of the staff all of the reporters are very involved in this process. And they all work within very tight timeframes. So I guess having that dedicated person offline is really making a difference to how much the staff there feel involved in it. Okay. Might just show you at the moment, the product of the Hansard transcript includes, this is what's actually published, and you can see the camera icon, which is you would click on that and be able to access the video that corresponds to that session. And we're continuing to have that process, but we need to automate that process. At the moment, that and timestamps and a few other things, the hyperlinks to tabled papers, so members might table a paper while they're making a speech, that is all input manually by the publishers as part of the process. So that's a prime candidate for automation. Okay. This is a project that is happening in the library that's quite interesting, and it relates very much to the organisation of data issue, and also about the question of bias that comes into, or that is a potential risk with using AI. So there's a broader bit of work that's been done in Australia, and it's a much, I guess it's a national piece of work, but there's some guidelines for First Nations collections and how they're described. So there is essentially metadata is being updated. Old metadata's not, sorry, I didn't have my note with me for this one, but the idea is that descriptions that have been used historically in relation to First Nations people have sometimes diminished or not taken on board the perspective of those people, and they have been, for example, the word lore, L-O-R-E, lore, which is a whole set of cultural notions and laws, L-A-W, and other historical things that inform a culture, have been considered or labelled as folklore, which has got a quite different meaning, but contemporarily it has a very different meaning. So it's about ensuring that that collections, and we have quite a lot of collections in Queensland that have references to First Nations people. So it's trying to update those so that the data is organised in a way that doesn't whitewash the history, but it does reflect that it's the perspectives of the people themselves are important. It's not just the people who did the categorising so many years ago. So that's a really interesting bit of work. And I think that the more we do that, it made me think about how, the bias is not necessarily anything other than a cultural perspective that people have that it's completely blind bias sometimes. So I think it's a really important bit of work, that one. Areas for attention next. Production and publishing of the daily notice paper, that's still a largely manual process. It's updated progressively by a person, and I'm sure that could be automated as things change, as bills passed and drop off the notice paper, as questions are answered and new ones come in. Questions on notice and answers themselves are also a largely manual process. There is a system there that processes and publishes, but there's a heavy, heavy human involvement, and it can be very time consuming, particularly around compliance checking, to ensure that the questions and the responses from ministers actually conform. Analysis of high volume committee submissions is another area where people are starting to experiment, I think. And member voting is something that we have thought about but haven't actually moved there yet. That will be something that it will be up to members to decide if that's something that they want to do. And budget analysis is an area that I think AI in particular could be incredibly helpful with, as one of the earlier presenters said. Okay. Precedent searching is something that I'm not sure how well we'll be able to use AI, because precedents themselves are so nuanced, but locating them would be a big start. So at the moment, we don't have a very good system for finding precedents in terms of speakers' rulings. We have them, but it's just a bit time-consuming and messy. And it would be easier to be able to gather them with some sort of automated workflow. The royal assent process is another one that is still manual, and it may stay that way. The Constitution sort of has provisions in it that mean that paper-based documents are taken to the governor for assent and with an actual physically signed signature and returned back. Potentially there could be some automated process there. And questions on notice and responses and updating those would be good. And finally, we actually have now an interim AI policy and guidelines, and the guiding principles on that are aiming to enable people to use. They're not prohibitive, but they do have guardrails, and they require any tool that's used in the work environment to be approved first by the executive leadership team and with advice from the IT area, just mainly in terms of cybersecurity type risks. The staff are actively and enthusiastically starting to experiment with AI, more in some areas than others. Certainly the research areas are very interested in using it and have started to do so. So some of the possibilities for using AI, support for developing procedural advice, but again, I don't think it should be drafting procedural advice. I think that's too nuanced for a system to do at this point. Mainly because precedents aren't always, they change as well. We don't have a sophisticated enough system to ensure that only ones that are currently, I guess, standing or that have stood the test of time would be included. And also a lot of things are unwritten because they are principles-based. Interaction with online forums, I think, as I mentioned earlier, that Submissions Sunday type of model is just a low-tech example, but I would like to explore the ability of parliaments to have some sort of means of reaching out into the online marketplace or the online discussion forums and let people know, if they're already talking about this issue, that perhaps this is a channel that they might be able to access to make a submission to a committee that's looking at this issue, or to contact their local member about this issue. Translations is obviously a really good candidate for using AI, and we've certainly started looking at like easy versions of, not so much bills, but easy versions of some committee reports we've done, particularly when there have been committee reports that have involved particular populations who might not have high literacy. Languages, obviously, translation, and geographic and demographic tailoring that I think could help people understand perhaps why a particular inquiry might be relevant to them because they live in a particular area or they are involved in a particular activity. At the moment, it's fairly generic sorts of information that goes out. So we're certainly using geo-targeting on social media to reach people, but I think we could potentially do more in terms of explaining to those people why it is that they have been geo-targeted, I guess, to say. Budget analysis that I mentioned, and we're starting to use AI a bit to help develop graphics in terms of publications and committee reports to illustrate data a lot more, trying to get away from heavy text to almost a report on a page concept where you can have, you know, one page that summarises things using images. Okay. Identifying themes in committee submissions. I don't think that's happening a lot yet, but I think that's where people are really keen to get started. It's, I think, experimental stage. First draft of briefing papers, terms of reference, submissions and reports are possible areas as well, obviously. But again, our guidelines would require the attribution that Will mentioned earlier was controversial somewhat, so I thought that was an interesting thing I hadn't thought about. The fact that you are accountable, so why do you then need to acknowledge that somebody else or something else has had a hand in the product? So that's just contact details for me, and I'm happy to take any questions, and I'm right on the 0 time, so thank you.
Muito obrigado. E neste momento faremos um coffee break, uma pausa para o coffee break. Então pedimos por gentileza a todos que quiserem.
We're now going to have a coffee break. If you would like, go into the VIP room. It's right here. It's a different room than we went to yesterday. It's in the glass door on the side. Feel free to grab a coffee, have a drink. It will be a 15-minute pause for the coffee break. So we'll be back at 4, okay? 4 o'clock.
De forma definitiva.
Good afternoon to everybody here. We will continue with our schedule. Now we'll have a presentation on the modernization case of the Legislature Assembly in Quebec, in Ontario, Canada. We invite to the stage the Director of the Legislative Assembly in Ontario, Canada, Roberto Ehrenhardt.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, great. It's thank you to the Assembleia Legislativa for hosting us. Thank you, all my colleagues. Thank you for those folks in the back row for sticking around. So I appreciate that. And I also want to thank my staff because they are the ones that prepare some of the magic that happens. I'm only a communicator, and they are the ones that make it happen. So, before I start, I just want to, so I'm going to be, there's been a lot of presentations that were very strategic. Mine is not. I am tactical as it gets, but I think there's an important message. I just want to show some of the examples that we have over the past couple of years introduced in order to modernize. And some of those, believe it or not even using AI, which is a message that I think that maybe we want to take you don't necessarily need AI to modernize. There's still a lot to be done, right? So without further ado, I'm going to start going through some of those. The first one is related to Hansard. As you know, Hansard is the substantial verbatim transcriptions of everything that it said in the House. We thought, until now, we had a keyword search, and we said, okay, well, AI is a perfect tool to help us digest this and just give us answers. But quickly we found out that, well, the Hansard document is a challenging document, right? Because you have opposing views, you have, people speaking sometimes sarcastically, and we managed to even confuse AI. So we said, okay, well, why don't we take the opportunity and what we started first to see if we can achieve like the Gemini type of behavior that you ask a question and it gives an answer. We tried that and we gave up rather quickly because the accuracy wasn't there. Nevertheless, we said, okay, why don't we help them at least narrow down their searches in terms of the keyword search is very precise, as you can imagine, but in a document as Hansard that is basically a historical document where every day a new chapter gets added to it, when you do keyword searches, unless you're looking for something very, very specific, it's very tedious. So although it might be fine for a researcher or somebody, for the general public, it wasn't that useful. So we decided to keep the keyword search, but incorporate the natural language, ask a question. And in doing that, we ask for a few parameters to help us, as it was discussed earlier today, add context to that question to be a little bit more precise. Next, so as you can see, as simple as it gets, but it will allow us to, or it will allow the person searching for it, basically come up to narrow down to a specific time frame, a particular speaker, or a business, right? Because we also found out that without that context, this could be polluted rather quickly, right? And we needed to make sure to allow that. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. This is where we did a little bit of AI, but this is, I mean, going from right to left. We wrote some ingestion script using the, old school document scraping and trying to add metadata and text and creating an index on Microsoft Azure. And on the other end, and basically a search engine that it would go and use that and produce the results that they were. So the actual results were very satisfactory. We learned some lessons, right? I mean, like as I said, like some members sometimes they speak rhetorically, and they said, "I love what the government is doing," when in fact they mean that they don't like what the government is doing, and we have to deal with some of those things. The thing that helps us that. There's no concept of government, right? The question was, what is the government doing? What is the government, right? And what is government now? It wasn't the government 4 years ago. So this is also, and again, we talked earlier about the importance of structured data. We were able to integrate to some of that structured data, so where we could identify speakers and said, okay, well, they happen to be now in the government, perhaps in previous no. So like bringing that on a timeline with the position that they held at that allowed the engine to basically come up with the results. So and again, because we didn't want to get into something that the accuracy wasn't all that precise, but significantly it shrunk down the number of instances and the other thing we learned that once we do that, we allow from that to go back into the Hansard transcript, because sometimes, and this is something that a problem that we had with the keyword search, well, it will show you the paragraph completely isolated of that context of where that was said, type of thing, and somebody would have to go through. And again, a researcher or somebody familiar with the language would do it. The general public wouldn't. So here, they would go in there, and I'm going to show you how it works live, but that's the link. This is working. It's in production. Once you find out, you click, and it takes you to the Hansard, and you can then find the exact verbiage of that. So this is low-hanging fruit, but certainly it's Hansard. It's a document that it's technical, it's boring, and whatnot, but it helped, I think that for the public, for the people that are not familiar, it facilitates the consumption of that information. The next one, this one doesn't have AI at all. And again, none of this is going to shock you, but again, I think the idea or the message that I believe in lasting change is the one that you achieve with small steps, right? Evolutionary rather than revolutionary type of thing. And some of those things, and sometimes, and I'm sure you're doing at your places, sometimes all it takes is take a look back and says, whoa, I didn't realize we did all this much type of thing. So this is the message, and I think it's an eye-opener, and I just make sure that my bosses always know about these little things we're doing, right? So this one is divisions. Okay, I'm not sure about yourself. I didn't know what divisions was until they told me. It's like, okay, this is recorded votes. Recorded votes, they call it divisions. I don't know if in your parliaments they do, but anyways, it's making vote information available. That information, it is part of Hansard. It is part of other documents, votes and records or votes and proceedings. But for somebody that was looking for that information, well, they have to know when a bill was sanctioned or when it was voted, and so it wasn't all that easy. And again, for the general public, people that they were familiar with that, they would know how to. We took the opportunity that a couple of years ago, And again, I'm going to try to pick up on some of the things we said earlier, the importance of structured data. We took over 35 little disparate systems, Excels with macros, Word documents, little databases here and there. We structured that data, and we created a layer of what I would call master data that now that is shared by many applications. In the past, there was a lot of effort more on the presentation layer than on the semantic layer. We broke that, so now we can produce those votes of the House, procedures, et cetera, on demand, just by bringing the actual format and the data. But also, that allows us to leverage that data. So we realized, okay, well, we have all that voting information, and it would be very easily to basically bring it back and slice it and dice. And so we came with a fairly simple search tool. Again, this is basic search, basic, I guess, web search, where you can search for a keyword to try to find what the vote was, and then give him a session or just to place them in time. And then there, as you see the three different views, you can see a number of votes on the right-hand side. Once you land in that vote, you can see the breakdown on the yes and the nays. And also, and I'm not sure if they're happy about this, but now you can go to a particular MPP and see the history of their votes. So you can see historically how they've been voting for the different bills. What else? This is different views. As you see, this is the main criteria and some of the things you see. And again, this is the votes by a particular vote, who voted one way or another, identifying the party. And then and of course you can, as you can imagine, you can walk through or dive through this. So you land on a particular member, and then you can see their history of votes. Again, nothing serious, but I think it helps us to understand the importance of structured data. And again, with 100% accuracy and repeatability. Again, nothing special here. As you see, that MAZE, that's House Information System, that's the system that I was referring before. Simple API, put it on your website, and you slice and dice it any way you want it, type of thing. Some lessons learned, right? Like some of the votes, they were shut down in the first reading, and therefore were never recorded. So now we have to go back and bring those. And again, very quickly, we know that people know what votes means. People don't know what divisions mean. But anyways, and again, this is on production. You can try it. And the last one is the parliamentary portal. This is something that I think Andy was talking earlier, that every 4 years, there's elections, and these cohorts get replaced, and sometimes as big as 50%. So in the past, we would get this whole cohort of newcomers, and this poor people had to go in a few weeks from being regular people to full-fledged MPPs, and knowing not only all the procedures about the House and whatnot, there's a number of, I guess, administrative process. They have to set up their offices, they have to hire people, they have to learn what is my budget, how can I spend it, what I can expense, what I cannot, and a number of things. And that is evolving, and again, for themselves, for their staff, and whatnot, everything. And the way we resolved it in past, it was easy. We created a SharePoint site, and we dump a bunch of documents, right? And then we said, okay, we solved your problem. Here's your library, good luck, and you're gonna find whatever you need in there. It wasn't very successful. Very quickly, they came back to us and said, can't find anything there, man, sorry. And so we said, okay, well, and again, I'm not saying that this is the best approach. This is the approach that we took based on the constraints we had. So we, again, using, old techniques and document scraping and whatnot, we managed to index some of the context and the content, sorry. And we had HTML pages, we had Word documents, we have Excel documents, PDFs, and it's very dynamic because every day new stuff gets added. But by doing that, again, the same thing. Now we are allowing them to answer a question. So if they said, okay, well, can I, charter a flight? It will take them through that document. I'll say, okay, well, this is a chapter in the document that takes about charter flights. And it was a great opportunity, and I think it helps them. And again, a simple solution that allows them to navigate that, I guess, library of documents and becoming a lot more friendly without necessarily giving the answer to them, but says, okay, well, look into this document. So you solve the original problem that it was like the navigation of that SharePoint. And we basically hijacked the search in SharePoint. And so as soon as they type that, our API takes over and basically take them to here where they can do a keyword search. But if you've done keyword search in SharePoint, you realize that it's not great. And then they can ask questions, and they can search this. And again, this is from one side, as discussed. We wrote a couple of scripts to manage the ingestion of that material, and a web part for SharePoint that will basically deal with the, so the content was fair. Whatever was already in SharePoint was easy. The PDF files took a little longer because, again, those files would have to be scraped through and indexed. And since most of the filters or the documents were bilingual, we really didn't have to do anything. So if the member is a French speaker, that works as well. So with relatively little effort, without I guess changing the experience for the members, I think we provided something that it facilitated that. So. My presentation, short to the point, non-strategic, very tactical, and you don't have to use AI. Thank you very much.
Great presentation, thank you. And now, for the presentation about the modernization case in the National Assembly of Quebec, Canada, we invite François Gagnon from National Assembly of Quebec, Canada.
Boa tarde. Eu sou o François Gagnon, eu sou do Quebec. Trabalho na Biblioteca da Assembleia Nacional do Quebec. É uma honra vir ao Brasil apresentar a vocês.
It's an honor to come to Brazil and present to you the works I did in my parliament. So thank you, National Assembly. Thank you, State Assembly of Espírito Santo.
And now if you allow me to speak English. These were great presentations, and I'm really happy to do this presentation just after Roberto's, because we are both Canadian parliaments, and I think we approach things in a very different way. But I think that this contrast may be really informative because I really liked the message of your talk. You don't have to use AI. And what I will present to you is not why you should use AI, but what's our process in thinking about this. So you really have a good range of ways to think about integrating AI in a parliament. As I said, I work for the National Assembly's library, so this point of view that I will relay to you today is really informed by the work of the library. It is not to say that no technical work has been done. We have amazing staff working in IT at the National Assembly, but today I will present to you the point of view of the library. And I want, just a last opening remark, I want to thank my colleagues in the research service, especially Véronique and Lucy, who were instrumental in putting this presentation together. Today I will try to touch on 4 themes. I will present to you the groundwork my colleagues did at the Bibliothèque to think about AI. I will talk about the creation and the reporting by the work group at the Assemblée nationale. I will try to relay some projects that we've done and some lessons that we've learned. And the next steps, this is the work in progress that we are doing now. It's what we are doing to guarantee training in the Assembly. Thinking about AI started at the library in 2023, as soon as ChatGPT made international news. The first thing we did was put together a working group on artificial intelligence at the library. Its mandate was to reflect on the potential use of generative AI in the work of the library's team. So in spring 2023, we started making focus group, thinking and testing. During the summer, we tested these things. We tested, for example, can we use AI to generate bibliographies? Can we test AI to do some basic fact-finding for a member? Or even then, can we use AI to generate research notes for members of parliament or for the administration? The thing about these tests was that it was not the test itself that was important. It was the method we used for testing these. We had simultaneously people who were doing a task with AI tools and then people who were doing the same exact task without the AI tools, so we can blindly compare them. In December 2023, we published the final report and we started disseminating these results in March 2024. I think the PowerPoint is not the best way to share this to you, but my colleague Audrey Hull worked on an article, general public article, on the website of the library. And it's the second one. It's called ChatGPT, Can You Work at the Library of the National Assembly of Quebec? And that's what the QR code is pointing to. The results is that while this is a really great chatbot, this is still a general purpose tool, and I will not surprise you by saying that it often generates erroneous results. For example, when you ask it about technical or precise questions, for example, about parliamentarism, it's not really able to produce satisfactory results. So for this reason, ChatGPT was put out of the question temporarily at the library. But, as you know also, ChatGPT continues to evolve, LLMs are getting more and more powerful, so we are open to revisiting this periodically. The complete report is also available by using the QR code. It's in the link. The article is in French, as French is the language in the province of Quebec. So ever since this report has been published, the library has continued monitoring new tools and new uses in parliaments. And for this, the work that Luis and everyone at Bussola Tech has done has been really, really useful. It provides us with a great way to monitor the good experiences of parliaments all around the world. We have continued exploring and experimenting with AI tools, and we have started to share our methods of testing all around the Assemblée nationale. I will touch on this later, but also the library, as a specialist in information knowledge, has been involved in training and research support about artificial intelligence. For example, Notebook LM has caught our eye, as we hire university graduates who have recent experiences with modern tools. They expect, when we hire them, to have access to modern tools. And so we kind of have to move on with the times to test them, to test the tools, to make sure that we can be at maximum capacity. This has changed the, I'm sorry, I'm just going to close about the library. This has changed what we do also, because more and more people are asking questions not about AI in general, but they are asking more and more precise questions about how they can use AI. For example, members of the parliament and their staff have started asking us about how can they productively use these tools, and ask us to provide methods for testing. So this is kind of new. We weren't exactly experts on teaching people how to use tools, so this is a new expertise we developed in-house. As a last thing about the library, the questions we were asked have also changed. The questions we were asked formerly were really factual in a sense. And now we have started to develop a new service of fact-checking, checking what GPTs have given to the users. And so the users are, let's say, generating a text. They want us sometimes to verify, is this fact right? So this is a new service, and we have to adapt to this kind of new needs for our clients. But enough about the library. More broadly, artificial intelligence at the Assemblée nationale du Québec has been worked on at about the same time as in the library. So in 2023 and 2024, the increased availability of AI tools pushed us to act fast. The administration consulted its staff. Employees were mostly worried about how these tools would be integrated in their work, rather than about the tools themselves. People did not fear being replaced. People feared their work and their work conditions being degraded by the integration of AI tools. So this explains the position of the Assembly. Provide a framework and accompaniment to better integrate these tools. It might go without saying here, but it bears repeating, I think. Ethical risks and security risks are major concerns in the Parliament. A Parliament, by definitions, have high standards of neutrality, confidentiality, and precision. So at the beginning of 2024, The Assembly put together a working group on artificial intelligence to assess the potential benefits, the organizational risk, and ethical concerns with the use of AI. So we try to identify issues specific to the use of AI in the workplace and make recommendations to governance. To attain this goal, we put together this working group with a focus on multi-sectorial composition, cooperation, I think. The library coordinated this work, and we tried to make sure that everyone was included in this reflection. The method used was focus groups organized with 190 employees all around the Assembly. The conclusions are that people are open-minded about AI. They are preoccupied with its integration, as I said, and the first question they ask is it reliable? Can we protect confidential, personal information? And most importantly, can it meet the members of the House's requirements, harsh requirements of performance, confidentiality, and neutrality? It's clear for the employees at the Assemblée Nationale that AI is a tool, not a replacement to human judgment, and I think this makes consensus around this room. What makes also consensus, I think, is the need for training and accompaniment, and this has been at the forefront of our policy. This working group has tabled two important governance documents. The first of which is the policy promoting the responsible use of artificial intelligence, which you can find at this QR code. I was really intrigued by Will's presentation earlier today, I think, about these kind of policies, because as I was reading this slide, I really recognized what we have done, and it's really similar with the guiding principles. The policy has also created an intersectorial committee, which takes people from all around the Assembly, from IT services, from communication sector, from the library, obviously, and also from the parliamentary affairs, to meet monthly to share information and to make sure that no good bit of information gets dropped. It is particularly important to share this monitoring of the AI situation to be sure that we are all on the same page when we think about these issues. AI is a transversal subject. This requires collaboration between administrative sectors, and so this is one of the strengths of this document. They define roles and responsibilities. So concretely, in this policy, you can find our five principles for the responsible use of AI. The first one is autonomy, skills, development, and individual effectiveness. This is a restatement of the principle that AI is a tool that should benefit, that should complement, that should enhance human capacity. We also have the principles of accountability, security of information assets, equity and non-discrimination, and transparency. Transparency, especially in the disclosing of the use of these AI tools. The policy also, I talked about this, created the Intersectoral Committee on Artificial Intelligence that provides the administration, that provides the directors of the Assembly strategic updates on research, on work at the Assembly and around the Assembly, and reflections related to artificial intelligence. The Intersectoral Committee on Artificial Intelligence also provides training to other administrative units all around the Assembly, and has worked in documenting risks associated with AI specifically. So this is about the governance. Now I'm going to speak more precisely about some initiatives that the Intersectoral Committee on Artificial Intelligence has already taken. The first one is the M365 Copilot project. The first question that we had in mind is, as we have a totally Microsoft environment, can we use the Copilot set of tools in our work? This has been a very interesting question because the Assembly already used electronic document management systems, so we could rely on very structured data and highly classified data. However, as Roberto put it, I think this morning, AI on this kind of system is a great flattener, and it really can surface documents that you don't know you have access to. So this creates a high confidentiality risk. If your access control is not on point, you can risk, by putting an AI layer on this Microsoft environment, you can risk surfacing documents that are not your business, essentially. So all over the 20-25 years, we continued on a pilot project, about 50 users in the Assembly. The Assembly has about 800 employees. So 50 users that were trying Copilot in their day-to-day tasks. The report has been tabled in this spring, and we are working on upgrading our security requirements to continue moving ahead with Microsoft Copilot. Currently, we are pursuing work on custom Copilot agents all around the Assembly, for example, to give us counsel on parliamentary procedure. Can a custom agent read parliamentary procedure? This is a good question, and we are not yet sure if it can do so efficiently. Of course, there is probably a better tool for this, but M365 Copilot has the advantage of being already integrated in our work environment. We are also trying translation, automatic transcripts with Copilot, and we are still working on how to better disclose attribution of work generated by AI. An interesting document that we have written last year is the summary guide for members of parliament. Because, as you know, parliamentarians, yes, are legislators, they have a role of representatives, but they are also employers. So they have themselves to manage other people's use of AI tools. This is the reason why we produce these lignes directrices in French, summary guide, to help them make decisions in their day-to-day use of these tools. What should they consider before choosing a system? They are independent in their use of the tools, but we are there to advise them on what to be looking for in the choice of a tool. What to be looking for their staff when they are helping their staff getting ready to use an AI tool. What should they consider? This document, if you want to have access to it, I'll be glad to share it with you. It's not published, but if you manage to grab my email address, I will be glad to send you a copy. And finally, we are also doing great strides in training. At the library, we started a new training session that is called Information Quality in the era of artificial intelligence, which provides people in the administration and also members of the House with reflexes that they can develop when assessing AI and AI outputs. This is a training session that is proven very popular with members, very popular with other parliaments, and has been given to more than 120 people in the parliamentary sector. The next steps for, The next steps for us will be to continue managing this training and this training material and developing new training sessions. For example, on better prompting. For this, we rely on external training partners, and we develop some material in-house. So this is about this is a little bit confusing because of the clock, but this has been what we are doing at the Assemblée nationale du Québec. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for participating in this great event. Thank you, Louis, for the invitation.
We have arrived at the last lecture of this event. But before that, I would like to thank all the public servants here today, everybody that participated in making this event happen, especially the people that work with transportation and our international hosts. We would like to specifically thank Ad Milson, Ad Delfino, Alexandro Passos, Fábio Júnior Santos, José Paulo Baptista, Elane Coller, Wagner Loureiro, Rubens Ximenes, João Pedro, and Jefinho. Thank you so much. These public servants helped you with your transportation and getting here today. And now we also want to thank the public servants that were here to host and welcome international guests, Alex and Marine. You can raise your hands if you'd like, if you're present. Fabiana Mascarenhas. She's there out in the back. Ana Beatriz Haddad. Applauses for her, although she's not present. And Luciana Venerbach, thank you so much for welcoming our guests. And now let's move on to our last lecture. To finish the day, we'll have a presentation on the modernization case of Legislature of Buenos Aires in Argentina. We invite to the stage Ornella Flavia Vanizilota, Director of International Relations at the Legislature of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Hello.
Okay, I'd like to begin by thanking the Legislative Assembly of the State of Espírito Santo, and of course my dear friend Luis Quimeid and their wonderful teams for the extraordinary hospitality that has made these days possible. And of course, thank you to all of you who are still here with us in spite of the circumstances and after 2 days of greatest speakers and greatest colleagues. I am the last one, so your presence, thank you, here is the greatest compliment. Thank you very much. Well, let's go. I am Ornella Vanzilota, as he said. I am in charge of international relations of the legislature of the city of Buenos Aires in La República Argentina. For those of us who took part in the first gathering in Natal last year, returning today to Brazil, this time to Vitória, carries a particular meaning. It means that the conversation we began was not an isolated event, but the start of an ongoing dialogue between Latin American subnational parliaments that share more dilemmas than we usually acknowledge. I believe that recognition is the first contribution these spaces make to us. Of course, on the one hand, national parliaments, which have their forums, their consolidated networks, and their cooperation protocols, and on the other hand, subnational parliaments, like me, which frequently solve the same problems in parallel without knowing that on the other side of the border there are colleagues asking themselves the same questions. Gatherings like this, Luis, thank you very much again, precisely to correct that institutional isolation. I come to share with you the experience of the Legislature of the City of Buenos Aires in matters of legislative modernization, democratic challenges, and artificial intelligence. And I want to be very clear and very honest since the beginning, because I am not here to present a successful story. I am here to share a process underway with a real progress and equally real contradictions. Because I believe that the parliaments that will have something useful to say to 21st century democracy will not be the ones that adopt technology fastest, they will be the ones that dare to also speak with honesty about what they have not yet resolved. Allow me to close these opening remarks with a question that will frame my presentation. While we as officials, advisors, members of parliaments debate how and when to incorporate artificial intelligence into legislative work, that incorporation is already taking place. It is happening every day on the personal computers of advisors and legislators without an institutional framework, without traceability, without democratic debate. The question then is not whether artificial intelligence will transform our parliaments. The question is under what rules it is going to change our parliaments, with what warranties and in service of what institutional project. That answer will not be given by technology. Of course, we will have to give it ourselves, and we will have to give it soon. So I will divide my presentation in 4 sections. The first one, it will be a brief framework and introduction to the legislative modernization. The second one, the first-hand experience of the legislature of the City of Buenos Aires. And the third one, the 3 democratic tensions. At the end, I will propose a minimum agenda for subnational parliaments and closing remarks. So, are you okay? Let's go then. I propose to distinguish 3 dimensions that often get conflated in the public debate. The first one, digitalization, electronic files, digital signatures, remote sessions, internal management systems. This is the most mature layer and the one that generates the least discussion. But it should not be underestimated. Many parliaments still have it pending. The second dimension, openness, open parliament, open data, citizen participation, active transparency. Here we already enter political terrain. Open up parliaments implies decisions about what is shown, how, and to whom. The third dimension, artificial intelligence applied to legislative work, project analysis, normative systematization, assisted drafting, regulatory impact assessment. This is the newest layer, the least regulated, and the one that raises the deepest democratic dilemmas. The 3 dimensions are connected, but they are not the same thing. And a common mistake is to present advances in one of that dimensions or in the first dimension as if they were advances in the third and vice versa. That conflation does not happen in practice, much less in regulation. Before getting into what we are doing, allow me a brief note on the legislature of the City of Buenos Aires with a short historical overview. The legislature of the Autonomous City of Buenos Aires is a young parliament. For more than a century, Buenos Aires was a deliberative council, a municipal body that issued ordinances and resolutions, but not laws. with the national reform, the national constitutional reform in 1994, and after that, the city constitution of 1996, the legislature emerged as we know it today, unicameral, with 60 representatives, with full legislative authority in a city of 3 million inhabitants and a 2.5 million who arrives every day at the city of Buenos Aires to work and study, among other things. This is our chamber, our only chamber. Bien. If I had to identify the technological turning point of our legislature, I would not hesitate. It was the pandemic, of course. Before 2020, modernization was advancing at a reasonable but not urgent pace. The pandemic broke that logic, and from why today, the next we had to hold sessions remotely, update IT systems that had been postponed for years, train legislators and teams in tools that many had never used. What under normal conditions would have taken a decade, we did in a matter of months. That pandemic effort was real, but it wasn't complete, of course. And here I want to be very clear with you, because I believe in transparency among colleagues. So let's think about the example of the electronic file. We began its implementation during the pandemic, which was an enormous step forward. But up to today, in 2026, the system does not function digitally because the file still has to be printed, signed, scanned, and re-uploaded. So it's not digital. In other words, we have an electronic file that, in some segments, is still a physical paper file. I share this not to minimize the progress, which is real, but because it illustrates something that you probably also experience. Legislative modernization is not just straightforward. It advances wavy in layers, leaves zones uncovered, and at times coexists with analog practices that survive out of habit, out of distrust, or by normative design. To say we have an electronic file is true. To say that the file is fully digital, not yet. In parallel with the consolidation of the digital layer, the legislature has been working on what we earlier called the second layer: institutional openness, normative production on technology, and the building of alliances. I want to share 3 concrete lines of work because I believe they capture well the moment we are in, a moment of real movement through still without a legislative outcome. First, the normative agenda. Several bills on artificial intelligence, data governance, and algorithmic transparency currently exist in the legislature. They are serious bills presented by legislators from different parties, reflecting that concern over regulating technology. But, and here comes the honesty I promised to you from the beginning, to this day, none of those bills has been passed and subsequently enacted. So, we have initiative, we have incipient debate, we have political will expressed in proposal, but we still do not have is an enacted and enforceable law. And the difference between bill and law, you know better than anyone, is the difference between legislative intention and legislative decision. Second, the cultural transformation. Here I want to make a mention that feels especially significant to me because it connects with our first gathering conference last year in Natal. I had the privilege of taking part in the first edition of this meeting, and I can tell you with the perspective of 1 year ago, that that conference had a concrete effect on those of us who participated. Since then, the legislature of the city of Buenos Aires have noticed a shift in engagement. Legislators and officials who previously followed the topic from a distance now propose workshops, organize seminars, and convene specialists to discuss technological advances and challenges. The conversation stopped being the matter of a few and became gradually an institutional conversation. I say this to acknowledge the value of spaces like this one. They are not symbolic, they produce real effects in our institutions when we return home. Third, international alliance. The legislature has been building ties with organizations working at the intersection of technology and democracy. I want to mention 2 recent milestones. The first one, our legislature hosted the presentation of the guidelines on artificial intelligence for parliaments developed by the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, a document that many of you probably know, and Juan de Dios also mentioned that in his presentation. Even this presentation have helped to shape and offers a useful reference framework for parliaments beginning to think about these issues. The second one, we have recently signed a cooperation agreement with the Hans Seidel Foundation, an alliance that follows the line of simultaneously promoting technological progress and democratic consolidation. Because, as I hope to argue further on, the 2 agendas are not contradictory, but neither are they automatically compatible. But I would not want you to leave with the impression that the Buenos Aires legislature is at the regional vanguard on this matter, as I said before. It is not. It is doing what most Latin American subnational parliaments are probably doing, building capacity while technology advances, debating bills while practice outpaces them, signing agreements while we still do not have a clear internal doctrine on how to use what those agreements bring us. And it is a work in progress. And I believe that honesty about that state of progress is a democratic contribution itself. And so, we arrive at the point that probably brings all of us in this room together most directly. What is happening today with artificial intelligence in the legislature of Buenos Aires? Well, okay. Formally, the legislature does not have a specific area dedicated to artificial intelligence. There is no organic unit that defines guidelines, audits use, trains teams, or regulates the incorporation of these tools into legislative work. The discussion about creating such an area is on the table, yes, but it has not been institutionalized yet. What does that mean in practice? It means that representatives and advisors are already using, of course, artificial intelligence. They are doing so every day on their computers, on their phones, to draft committee reports, search for legislative precedents, summarize bills, write speeches. They are doing so without institutional licenses, without protocols, without formal training. And they are doing so, above all, without the institution, the legislature, knowing what systems are used, with what frequency, with what information they are fed, or what risks are being assumed. Allow me to pause here, because I believe this is one of the most important points I will raise today. The problem, I think, is not that artificial intelligence is being used. The problem is that it is being used without the institution knowing it, regulating it, auditing it, or assuming it as a political decision. When an advisor uploads the draft of a bill to a commercial AI system to have it improved, that advisor is not doing anything illegal, right? But he or she is unknowingly transferring parliamentary information to a foreign private company without a normative framework, without traceability, without guarantees. Multiply that by the hundreds of advisors working in any parliament in the region, and you begin to grasp the scale of the problem. Up to this point, I have told you what are we doing in Buenos Aires. Allow me now to take a conceptual step, because I believe that behind the concrete practices I described before, the file that still prints papers, the bills that don't get enacted, the advisors who use artificial intelligence without an institutional framework, there is something deeper. There are 3 democratic tensions that are not particular to the Buenos Aires legislature, but rather cut across any parliament that takes this process seriously. I do not bring closed answers, I bring the questions we are asking ourselves and that you are probably asking yourselves too. Artificial intelligence promises to accelerate all legislative work. Project analysis in seconds, searches for legislative precedents that previously took days, now resolved in minutes. Assisted drafting of committee reports, automatic systematization of session transcripts, etc. It is a real promise. not marketing. The tools exist and they work. But I want to pause here because there is something worth recalling. Parliament is the only institution of the state deliberately designed to be slow. Executive power is designed to decide quickly. Executive, that's the name. Judicial branches are designed to decide based on technical criteria. Parliaments, by contrast, are designed to parlare. I mean, to deliberate, and deliberation takes time because making legitimate collective decisions takes time. Discussion in committee, the consultation with civil society, debate in the chamber, all of this is slow by design, not by default. What happens then when the most efficient tool erodes that which justifies the very existence of the body? What happens when, in the name of modernization, we cut deliberation times to the point where deliberation ceases to take place? I am not saying that efficiency is bad, of course not. I am saying that efficiency in a parliament is not a neutral value. It must be subordinated to deliberative equality and not the other way around. And that subordination, well, then you can discuss the graphic, does not happen spontaneously. It must be designed, it must be institutionally protected. If we let the logic of efficiency colonize parliamentary work without counterweights, we will end up with fast and empty parliaments. Sorry, I hope not. And a fast and empty parliament is not a modern parliament. It is a deactivated parliament. So, an artificial intelligence can suggest to a legislator how to better draft an article. It can identify inconsistencies between norms. It can predict with reasonable precision the regulatory effects of a law. It can even anticipate counter-arguments that are likely to appear in the debate. But the decision to legislate, the decision to vote for or against a law, the decision to prioritize one value over another, the decision to represent this or this interest, is not a technical decision. It is a political act. In the strongest sense of the term, it involves values, it involves legitimate conflicts, it involves the representation of social sectors that often contradict one to another. None of those dimensions can be delegated to a system, however sophisticated. And yet, the line between assisting and replacing is much thinner than it appears at first glance. Let us take a concrete case. If an advisor presents to a representative the complete draft of a committee report generated entirely by artificial intelligence and the representative signs without further review, who legislated? The representative who provides the signature, the advisor who builds the prompts, the system that produces the text, the company that trained the model with certain data and not others, with certain biases and not others. This is not a rhetorical question. It is a question we already need to begin answering, because practice is getting ahead of us. And my suspicion, which I offer for discussion, not as a closed conclusion, is that the difference between assistance and replacement will not be defined by technology. It will have to be defined by institutions. Each parliament will have to decide which legislative task may be assisted by artificial intelligence, which task may be partially delegated, and which task must remain exclusively human. So, we arrive at the tension that strikes me. Oh, no, sorry. Don't worry. I am going to rush. And so we arrive at the tension that strikes me as, frankly, the most urgent and the least discussed. If parliaments are going to use artificial intelligence to mediate legislative tasks, whether your own systems or much more likely those private providers, there are some questions that we are not yet asking ourselves with the seriousness they deserve. First question, who audits those systems? Second question, what right do citizens have to know which tools mediated the production of the law that will bind them? Third question, and the most uncomfortable. What happens to the technological sovereignty of a subnational government with no AI systems of its own faced with artificial intelligence infrastructure dominated by global corporations? Okay, you can think about them and then let me know about your responses. So, to sum up, I am going to conclude. Wait a minute. Allow me to close by returning to the main question with which I opened. Artificial intelligence is already inside our parliaments. We cannot close that door, and frankly, we should not want to. What we can and must do is decide under what rules it stays, under what democratic guarantees it integrates into legislative work, in service of what institutional project it operates. That decision will not be made by technology on our behalf. It will not be made by the market. It will not be made by international organizations in our place. It will be made by us, the parliaments, the legislators, the advisors, the technical teams who are in this room today, or it will not be well. And that, I believe, is the most concrete political responsibility we have ahead of us. Thank you very much. You can go. Thank you.
At this moment, for the final considerations, I would like to invite the Director of Transparency, Innovation and Special Projects of the State Assembly, Marcos Aquino. Good afternoon. Now I'm calm and I think we had the job done. I'd like to thank the President of the State Assembly of Espírito Santo, Congressman Marcelo Santos, that believed in the event and sponsored the invitation of our international guests. So I have to acknowledge his effort, and I'd like to thank the director of Bussolatec, our dear friend Luis Quimaide, who also helped us a lot, and it was very important for us to be able to make this event happen with such important guests that contributed a lot to our learning, that are people that are actually engaged in transforming the legislatures around the world. And I'd like to thank the YALIS committee here. That is the committee that has been doing a very important work by inserting the State Assembly into this new digital turning point that is AI applied to the legislative process, and all the departments and sectors involved here at the State Assembly that contributed for this event. To organize such an event in a short time is not easy. It's not an easy task. There are so many points of worry, like will people attend it, how we'll transport the guests, like flight tickets, how are we going to receive and transfer the guests. So all the servers to communicate with the speakers speaking English. So we missed a couple nights of sleep, and Luis called me from time to time, and he knew that I was very tired and very worried, but he assured me that it would work, and it did. And I have to thank all the guests and all the speakers in this event, and the public servants, the staff members that helped us a lot and that attended this event, servants from different state assemblies that left their states to attend this event, and servers from city councils. We had many city council presidents here. We raised the bar for LEGIS. We had 230 people subscribe, Not everyone arrived here, came here to attend personally, but many people came and go. So the previous event had 70 people only attending. And I hope we can organize that in the future, bigger events, better events to help innovation happen in the legislative process. I'd like to thank you deeply, and I'd like to thank Agape Consulting personally, and I think we leave this event with the knowing that we can do more. The legislative branch is the house of the people. The house of the citizen is where we can transform the ways people relate to each other. It's a place where we begin improving the quality of life, because it's here that we approve the budget law, we define how public resources are going to be invested. So we cannot escape, as I say, we as the technical team, we cannot escape from improving through IT, using technology and improving culture of people and making the legislative branch strong, independent, and helping the development of everybody. Thank you for that, and I hope to see you at the next event, the next Legistec. And if God allows us, we're going to meet again. So let me wrap this up saying that I'd like to thank God that allowed this event to be a success. Thank you very much. So let me give the floor to Luis for him to say his final considerations.
Colleagues, again, I have a very difficult task. I'm the only thing standing between you and a very well-deserved happy hour. But I'd like to echo everything Marco just said. Eu queria falar o que o Marcos já falou.
I'd like to say what Marcus had said.
The entire staff of the Legislative Assembly of Espírito Santo, the Speaker Marcelo Santos, who saw the value in our community of practice on sharing common experiences. And Marcos, I speak to you directly now. Isso não poderia ter acontecido.
It would not have happened without your guidance, without your leadership and passion. Marcos, for everyone who don't know the Brazilian reality, he's a public servant. He is a person that dedicates himself at a level that I had never seen before in the legislative world. He built a collegiate of directors at the state assemblies. He is an entrepreneur. He accomplishes things, and he transformed the State Assembly of Espírito Santo into the most digital assembly in Brazil. So please, I'd like to ask for a round of applause to Marcus. And Marcus, if you allow me, this event would never, it could never happen only with Bússola and with the State Assembly. I think we had the servants, the drivers, the stenographers, and the audio and video people, and I'd like to extend my thanks to Juliano Bringer from Agape. I thank you for all the partnership. Yeah. Also the partnership with IntelliWay, represented by Carlos Brandão, that very kindly came here to help us.
I will make a call for all of our colleagues here that this event should not be an end on itself. We should continue sharing our experiences. We should continue to grow our community of practice because that's the only way parliaments are going to be able to modernize. That's the only way to innovate. And I will take away one of François' comments, never let a good crisis go to waste. I remember a phrase from our Congress here in Brazil during the pandemic, which was, in times of crisis, Parliament cannot stop. I would adapt that to, in times of crisis, parliaments must innovate. That's an opportunity we cannot let go to waste. So, without further ado, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to my dear friend Juan de Dios, to Ornella, to Sandra, to Roberto, to Andy, Bernice, Alexander, to Kobe and Clarence, to Will, to my dear friend Grant, to François, to Moisés Benamor, who is not here anymore, to Danilo, and to everyone that has answered our call here, that traveled so far, like Bernice traveled 30 hours to get here. And thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. It's so heartwarming to see you here. Thank you very much.
E com isso damos por encerrada a segunda edição do LEGIS.
With that, we conclude the second edition of LEGIS-TECH, and I thank the attendance of everyone, and I wish you safe travels, a great return to your homes and families, and may God bless you. Thank you for coming to Brazil.